The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final day of Rapid Chess ended in dramatic fashion at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. With limited chances to gain ground, players scrambled to grab critical points before moving on to the faster time control. Despite stumbling in previous rounds, former world champion Magnus Carlsen roared back, winning 2 straight games to get within a point of the leaders. Generations clashed as 17-year-old phenom Gukesh defeated his idol Viswanathan Anand in their first ever tournament battle. There's a tie at the top, but the ultimate wild card is hot on their heels and ready for Blitz. Day 4 of fantastic chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held here in Zagreb, Croatia. The rapid portion ended in dramatic fashion, but their stakes are getting higher and higher as we start the Blitz portion. We have the most dangerous and fastest grandmasters on the planet. Let's go to the studio and see who's going to best the competition.
The Grand Chess Tour returns to Croatia. It is rapid and blitz action with the greatest players in the world. Our live coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club and Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Wow, Nazi, those 3 days of Rapid were simply brilliant. I loved it.
Amazing, and we have 2 days of Blitz coming up, double round robin, 18 exciting games.
Absolutely, oh my goodness. Hello everyone, thank you for joining us. The Rapids were really brilliant, but I was really moved by the interview of Magnus Carlsen. He may be trailing, but he said in his interview with Cristian that both Fabi and Nepo are going to have historic best results to stop them from winning first. I tell you, that's a man who has a great deal of confidence. Nasi, do the honors and tell us who is leading in the standings.
Let's take a look. We have 2 co-leaders after 9 rounds of Rapid, Fabiano, Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And that's the guy I'm talking about, 1 point behind Magnus.
Magnus Carlsen in the clear third. And sharing 4th, 2 Indian grandmasters, Anand and Gukesh.
And tell us about the format.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament. In Rapid, they had 25 minutes plus 10-second increment.
Right.
But in the next 2 days, they will play 5 plus 2. In the Rapid, it was double scoring system, but in Blitz, it's a traditional scoring system with 1 point for win and half for a draw. And the players are not allowed to offer any draws.
Absolutely. I gave it away there, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
We have 2 days of very exciting Blitz coming up. We'll have 9 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow, and playoffs if necessary as well.
Fantastic. I'm very fortunate to have in studio our dear friend Miro. Miro, tell us about the most dangerous Blitz players on the planet.
Thank you, Yasser. And really, I can't wait for the Blitz to start. We kept emphasizing how important the Rapid was, but let's not forget, twice as many games, so equal number of points to be decided in the Blitz. And there's always something captivating to watch the strongest players compete. And just to confirm on that, we do have one of the strongest fields possible, with Alireza Firouzja being the top rated player on a planet. We are talking Blitz rating there, so 4 points shy of 2,900, can you imagine? Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Jan Nepomniachtchi, all in the top 10 in the world Blitz ratings. And in terms of former achievements, believe it or not, Magnus Carlsen came up with a bold statement, but he has all the reason to do so. 6-time World Blitz champion. Unimaginable achievement. And then what surprises me that Anand, whom we know for a couple decades to be one of the best players in Blitz, has never won the World Championship. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja all climbed the pedestal on one or more occasions in the World Blitz Championships. So really can't wait for the Blitz to start, and since we still have a couple of more minutes, let's hear from Zagreb. Cristian, Anastasiya, what does it look like?
Thanks, Miro. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 here in Zagreb, Croatia. This is the first day of Blitz action. The action is getting faster and more furious. And I have to say, you highlighted those World Championship titles and Magnus Carlsen. I mean, oh my God, 6 world titles, just unimaginable. And he's confident. He showed it in the interview yesterday. And if I am Nepo or Fabiano, I'm definitely looking over my shoulder behind me, because Magnus is right there in the mix. And I have to say, he got a bit lucky yesterday in the final game. Let's take a look at what happened in that final game against Lupulescu.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. A lot of things happened later.
But it was this moment. I'm not sure if you guys caught it at one point after the move. I think it was rook to d1, knight c5, rook c1. He had this move, king to b2.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so disgusting. Yeah, that's really disgusting. Of course, I wanted to sack the exchange and just win easily. But yeah, I just have a6.
Some sort of a study like.
Yeah, I mean, that's. Oh, yeah, that was super careless.
In the business, we call that a mutual blind spot. Both players missed it. You were in the playing hall. Did you spot that move, Anastasiya?
Okay, Cristian, with all my respect, I mean, to all my tactical skills, of course, I couldn't even imagine that Lupulescu had this great chance to survive in that game. And yes, it looked like it was just completely lost at this moment. You know, also the game which caught my attention yesterday, of course, was the game between Gukesh and Anand. And of course, all Indian fans were following the first ever match between them. And, you know, Gukesh outplayed his mentor, his trainer for many years. And speaking about trainers, we had today a very important event here in the same hotel, in Westin Hotel, the first ever Kasparov Chess Foundation European Conference for Trainers took part here as well, together with main event Grand Chess Tour, and we saw many important coaches you know, who attended this conference, including, of course, keynote speaker Garry Kasparov himself. And today the notable coaches will make the first important symbolic moves on the boards of the top players of Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Gukesh. We haven't mentioned him that much in these opens, but he is such a terrifying player. And yesterday when he bested Viswanathan Anand, that was definitely probably such an amazing feeling and one of the pivotal moments in his career. Guys, amazing chess is coming your way from Zagreb, Croatia. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. And talk about starting with a bang. The first round of the Blitz that's coming up. Let's take a look at the pairings, because it is an amazing pairing.
Indeed it is. Fabiano Caruana playing Magnus Carlsen.
That's the one I was talking about, yes.
Gukesh playing Richie Rapport, and another amazing matchup, Anand against Nepomniachtchi.
That'll be our backup, because we'll focus on the Caruana versus Magnus game and the other two games.
Firouzja against Saric and Lupulescu against Duda.
They're going to be fighting. They're fighting very hard for what amount of money?
A lot of money. They're fighting for $175,000 total in prizes. First place winner is going to win $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third, $25,000.
A prize fund all the way down to 10th and final position of $7,000. Lots of Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs as we get ready for round 1 of the Blitz. And we have half of the marquee matchup. Now, Magnus has appeared late in some blitz games, including the World Championships for blitz, where it's 3+2, not 5+2, 3+2, and he showed up 2.5 minutes late.
And then he still won.
And he still won. And there he is as he hurries it on the stage.
Today we have a lot of people making ceremonial moves.
Indeed, legendary figures as the trainers conference in Zagreb is underway. A lot, and there you have the ECU, European Chess Union President Zurab, Asmai, we called him in the day. A lot of legendary players on that trainers.
D4.
Cancel. D4. Good move, Zurab. You can let it go. And Adrian Michael Chishin, a very, very famous trainer, worked with Big Al, Alexander Beliavsky. Okay, Adrian, what are you going to come up with? E4. Much better. Nice.
Much better, really?
Much better. Best by 10. Then Arshak Petrosian, father-in-law of Peter Leko.
That's a fun fact I didn't know.
Yeah, and Arshak has been a longtime trainer of the the Armenian Olympic team, and won gold medals for Armenia, and much celebrated. Looking good. And Vishy wants to take the move back. Here we have Artur Kogan, famous grandmaster from Israel. Okay.
He wants to play
Everybody, we're going to take away his senior trainer's title. Nice. H2, H4, not best by test.
But something Magnus might try.
He did it in the World Chess Hall of Fame. We had the candle exhibition where we played chess with candles, and the burning boards, it was called. And his opening move was H2, H4. He was playing right next to me. So it's like, dude, you feeling okay?
He likes to experiment with chess openings.
He does. Yes, he does.
And they're off.
They're off. And again, we've got 9 rounds of blitz coming up.
So we're going to be focusing on Fabiano Magnus's game.
Absolutely.
In the round 1.
And
I think on the screen we're seeing
we've got the wrong
Gukesh.
board. Yeah, we've got the wrong board.
Interesting opening, but it caught my eye.
Yeah. We've got the wrong board on this one. And there you go. This is the one we wanted to focus on. Queen's Gambit accepted with E4.
E4 and B5. And Magnus looks a little bit bored.
Like, been there, done this. Bishop B7. I know.
I think this is already quite rare.
Yes. Yeah, the way they've gotten themselves into this position. Takes on B5, knight C3, bishop takes C4. Let's go. 5+2. I'm really used to the time controls of 3+2. That extra 2 minutes can give you a false sense of security. You know that
Because they have
you have a lot of time.
Extra time for the
Right.
opening, but it's still not a lot of time.
Right. Now, this whole system that Black is playing, at first blush, you think, you know, you really can't be doing this. You're giving White a great deal of tempi in the sense that once I play the moves Bishop G5 and Knight E5, I'm fully developed and you've still got a lot of issues to deal with. Except there's really not that many targets that that White can focus upon.
What would you say about doubled pawns on B2 and B5?
They're actually kind of cramping. The pawn on B5 is actually really a kind of a useful pawn as it prevents C7, C7, C5 attacking the pawn in the center.
A comfortable development of knight on C6 as well.
Exactly. Bishop to G5, you want to play knight E5 coming up next. And at a certain point, after you've played knight D7, to play the move A7, A6. So we'll see. At first, I don't really like what Magnus has done, but then again, you know, looking at the position, you say, if you're white, where do you focus your attention? It's not that easy to come up with a good answer.
Probably center for now.
Right. H6, putting the question to the bishop, would you drop back to H4, or would
I
you...
actually like F4 more.
Bishop F4, okay.
Because the pawn on C7 is a bit of a target.
Exactly. And there is, after all, the half-open C-file. But, okay, H4, I was going to say Queen D3, Rook D1, maybe even bring our bishop back to C2, trying to put a battery on the long diagonal. Well, not the long diagonal.
So if Magnus plays knight d7 now, which he has, would
Yes.
you play knight d5 right away? And
I didn't get a
I can't
chance.
speak fast enough.
Exactly. Yes, I would. And I do it for a very specific purpose. I have this horrible feeling if I don't play knight takes f7 and start making those sacrificial threats right away, well, Black will slowly just start trading, and all my initiative will taper. Knight to d7. Okay, bishop g3 at first sight looks compelling, but then at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what is my bishop going to be doing on g3?
Not great on g3, but exchanging only helps Black develop more.
Exactly.
Right now, Black's position is a little bit cramped, but if we took on e7, queen e7, rook d8, Black has resolved all the issues.
Exactly. And with the move bishop d3, essentially what that move is saying is your king is still a little bit vulnerable thanks to this pawn on e5. There's no knight f6. So it may look like it's going to take me a while, but queen here, rook here, bishop back to b1, queen goes to c2, and I've got a checkmate on h7. It's a long-term plan, but it is a plan. Black has to come up with an answer.
Maybe knight d5 now?
Good move.
Try to exchange some more pieces to get more space.
Exactly. Knight d5 also has an idea of trying to force a queen trade with knight to b4. I think after knight d5, I'm still going to play queen e2, and you asked
knight
me.
b4.
Yeah, drop my bishop back. Yeah. You asked me about my double pawns on b5 and b2. For the moment, once again, I do see them as actually cramping Black's queen side and stopping, you know, c6 and so on.
Magnus is reaching for, well, that was a move I didn't consider, but of course it makes sense. He wants to
trade off those
trade
bishops.
off the queens and get his queen maybe on the king side.
One thing I might just add is that if you do trade on g3, like takes on g3, h takes g3, any ideas of rovers are just stopped, right? You know, you go queen e7, rook d1.
There is some potential for rook a4 in the future, and that kind of
rover. That kind of a rover. Good
Yeah.
point. That actually does exist. And queen e7, and I do think that Magnus is prepping rook to d8 so that, again, he'll be ready to run, if necessary, knight e4.
So now do you think Fabi should still play on the king side, or maybe focus on the open A and C files?
If you had your rook already on a5, rook to a5 and rook to a1, that makes a lot of sense. But the move knight e4 intimates to me that he's still looking to leverage this pawn for an attack, whether it be with knight f6 check ideas. But again, we've been speaking about bishop to b1 and queen c2, prepping
I feel like
that battery.
now Black will have the safety net with king f8, and maybe not getting checkmated right away.
Yeah. Rook to d1, okay, that definitely puts the kibosh on any ideas of rook a5 and doubling rooks against this pawn. So rook d1, prepping bishop b1 and queen c2.
Maybe Black should just double on d file now?
Okay, so if
Rook
you go rook d5,
or rook d5.
rook d5,
Rook
I
d4
kind
is also interesting.
rook d4, interesting. Rook d5 somehow has my, look at this, king f8. I mean, before you even realized you had an attack, he's already making room for his king. So when the queen lands on h7, it won't do any damage.
Yeah, at this
King
point,
f8, that's...
queen won't land on h7 anymore.
Exactly. If we do play bishop e1, I think the idea here is Magnus wants to trade, play rook d8, and keep hacking things off. Queen c2. Okay, that's putting the queen...
We haven't been guessing their moves lately.
No. This one's a bit of a surprise because it shows... It tells me he wants to play knight c5. Sorry, Nazi.
At the same time, it walks into knight d5, knight b4 ideas.
Exactly. So knight... Okay, so I'm thinking knight d5, knight c4. I'm trying to justify
Knight b4.
knight b4, queen c3, knight d3, and we're going to play bishop versus knight. And I'm going
I
to
like black's bishop. I mean, white's knight is great on c5 as well.
Agreed.
Black's bishop on d5 will be just as good.
Agreed again.
So black is okay?
Absolutely.
I think it's equal.
I'm going to agree with you until I stop. But yes, queen c2, I didn't expect that. Now we have rook d5, knight c3. So the move knight e4 didn't impress. And Fabi basically said, I didn't get anywhere with that. By the way, we
And
now
both
understand
players
why king is on f8. Sorry.
Yeah, both players are now under a minute and a half now, so...
That went fast.
Yeah.
That 5 minutes went by really fast. So here, I'm starting getting a little bit nervous. I mean, black is ready to double the rooks and maybe with queen c5 start taking an initiative. Maybe it's time to play bishop e4 and start hacking pieces off the board. Bishop f1. Okay, that still says I'm ambitious.
Maybe now if rook d8, I'll exchange one pair of rooks and put the other rook on a1 and still go for the a7 weakness.
Okay.
But Magnus took on d1.
Because there is this
Yeah.
kind of... Okay, you recapture with the rook. There is an idea of queen to c5, attacking the pawn on d4, making...
Pawn on e5, yeah.
And again, queen is lurking, lurking, wanting to play queen h7. But I think queen c5 is his idea. He's done it. This one we could guess.
How do we defend the e5 pawn? Do
Exactly.
we go rook e1?
And that was, if you do go rook e1, now we can understand why Magnus captured on e1.
So we'd be giving up d-file now.
Exactly.
Black can put the other rook on d8, and I
But-
slightly start to like black's position more.
Indeed. And this queen e2, burying the bishop,
A bit
not
awkward.
I'm not a big fan. King e7, rook d8. Looks like black has done a great job, actually, in terms of solving his problems. a5.
Well, I like that he takes advantage of the perfect moment that if
When
you
the bishop's
exactly.
blocked, yes.
Magnus just notices everything.
I remember Tony Miles accused Garry Kasparov as being a monster with 10,000 eyes, that he sees everything. Bishop takes f1, and now rook takes f1. Okay, giving up.
Rook d8.
And again, you
Looks
can't.
slightly better now.
Yeah, you can't play queen h7 because the e pawn is hanging. So once again, if you play rook e1, the rook is coming. Oops, excuse me. Apologies. Rook is coming to d. Whoa, 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 whoa! My spidey sense is
C1.
tingling. What is that?
So rook d2, maybe.
Rook
I don't see
d2.
any tactics. Rook
No.
goes to d2. Fab is down to 20 seconds. Magnus 33.
And by the way, this queen e1, an indication that things have gone wrong, and suddenly black is the one who sees the initiative. I love this move, queen to d4.
Absolutely. Now black knight's going to come into play as well.
Just getting out of that fork potential. Knight b5. I'm thinking queen takes b2.
Knight takes c7.
Indeed.
Or rook takes c7.
I'm not sure
Fab
I
is not
like this
afraid
move
of the
either.
first rank.
Knight to d5. I mean, okay, I can't take the knight because the rook is hanging. The rook is hanging.
But can I do rook e2 and then take queen b5? There's probably
e2.
some tactic there.
Yeah, maybe he was afraid of queen a5. I'm not sure, but he decided to put his king back.
Players are down to 10 seconds. Things are heating up.
Okay, and we do have queen takes e5 and rook e1. By the way, breaking news.
Firouzja started Blitz portion of this tournament with a win. He won his game, and here what's happening. So Magnus is up a pawn.
Very, very nice. And the time, it's all about the clock suddenly.
6 seconds each. We had another result already. Anand and Nepo drew their games. And yeah, this should be a draw, but with this time control,
Exactly.
anything can happen. Very easy for Fabi to not find the most accurate moves.
Oh, but he's going to queen ending.
Queen
and the
ending's
queen ending
definitely
is
easier.
much, much easier. A little surprised that
But
Fabi did not play the move F2, F3. This is a slight, okay, nah, it's very much a draw.
But Magnus is very tricky. He's not
Yes.
going to give up that easy.
No, he loves to grind, and G3 making a little bit of a space.
It's hard to make any progress, though, because if he pushes another pawn, then
Exactly.
his king will be very much exposed to all the perpetual checks.
Exactly. Queen on D4 posting up. That's a
So I
very
think
nice move.
Fabi's doing an amazing job defending this game.
Clock times once again.
5 seconds for Magnus, 6 for Fabi at the moment. He's still thinking.
Okay.
And let's not forget, they only have 2-second increment. That's
Exactly.
That's
And
not a lot.
you don't build up time with only 2 seconds, but tossing a few checks, play Queen D4, defending the pawn on F2, making sure. Well, Magnus is doing his best. He's trying to squeeze his king to the
Fabi
F3
just
square.
made a move with 2 seconds. Magnus with 1 second.
No way.
He's really taking big risks.
Oh, he sure has.
But I think now we have a perpetual.
Well, you can take on E3.
Take on E3, okay, so the game goes on.
For sure. Queen H.
We
Ooh,
just said you can't build up time. Magnus went from 1 second to 10 seconds.
he did it. Queen to G4? No. He's running away with his king.
I think theoretically, even if white loses the G3 pawn, it's still a draw. But of course, very difficult to make that
Right.
draw.
It's something that you wouldn't want to try to defend, that's for sure, with no time on the clock either.
Yeah, they both build up time, but
Oh, by the way, Queen G4 with the threat of F4.
there's no
Oh,
F4.
Queen H7 mate.
Careful, Magnus.
By the way, Magnus almost missed slapping the clock there.
It's nerves at this
Exactly.
point of the game.
King G6. And you kind of reset yourself here.
So I'm curious, if they continue to play this game for more than 50 moves, how do you claim a draw in this type of game?
Well, first of all, that's a very, very good question, and you can make a faulty claim. The claim is not allowed, then your opponent just gets some extra time on the clock. But it's a good way of knowing, what you have to do. By the way, King H3 would have walked into G4, so that was a very...
And also want to mention, all the other games have finished. Gukesh has defeated Rapport, and this is the only game remaining.
Well, boy, did we pick the right one. What a marquee game this has been. Again...
Difficult to make progress, though. Do you think Magnus has a chance to trick Fabi here?
Yes, because there's always this idea of sneaking the king to the G4 square, but I think Magnus should have put his queen on, I wanted to say E2, in order to play King H5 to G4.
Table base showed up and says it's winning for black. I don't know why.
Yeah, it
'Cause
really...
the position looks exactly the same as before. But
Wow. Okay, we won't even try to understand. These queen endings are really difficult. But there's a check, and suddenly where do you go with the king? If you
Has
go
to
to
go to
H2,
Wow.
Queen F2, and there goes the pawn.
But if I
the
take
pawn.
on G3, do I have
Crazy.
stalemate?
Yes, you do. Not
But
anymore. Queen
not really,
G4.
Queen G4. Wow.
But you had Queen E8 check and Queen H5.
Unbelievable. Magnus manages to
Once again,
trick Fabi.
truly
We
amazing.
still don't know where the trick happened, but
Uh-oh.
now it is. Seems pretty simple.
Yes,
Not that
now-
many checks left.
Yeah, you're
Queen
running out
D7.
of checks.
King G3, and there you go.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, Magnus said it, that, Fabi and Nepo are going to have the tournaments of their lives to stop him. He wins with black, but Miro, inform us what happened in the rest of the games. We're just catching our breath over this one.
Yeah, it's unbelievable win by Magnus at the very end. And yeah, there was no stalemate, interestingly, but you'll probably check it later. So I was paying attention to the other games, and yeah, there was a draw between Anand and Nepo, but it seemed that both players missed chance to win at some point. So just quickly, it saw a knight of variation, and we remember Anand was struggling against the knight of white, right? So he went for bishop b3, which is not the most popular line, and in a few more moves, forget the knight of, we have something very typical for a dragon Sicilian, and opposite castles, and attacks and so on. So that's how our position looked after move 13. White is going to exchange the bishop, push the pawns, attack this king. This king is already not safe. And let us teleport to, say, this position. So exchange on b5, cb5, queen b6, and this is where Vishy went wrong, because he captured on d6 and it actually shifts in black's favor, and instead he had to play h4, just push the pawns. And if black, say, tries to win the b pawn, h5, and the attack is very dangerous. Computer really likes white here. So after Vishy captured, takes on b5, queen d3, it's in black's favor, and Jan slowly was cruising towards victory. And they've swapped the queens at some point. The resulting endgame looks equal, but no, it's in black's favor. Those pawns, which were good in the middle game, now they're targets. And yeah, and at some point, let me find the exact moment. Somewhere around here, no, earlier. Yeah, this one is winning for black, computer says. And Jan just missed one tiny detail. There is one more open file, so he could have gone rook h8, then rook h2, rook h3, other threats. Well, it turns out the knight is nicely placed on g5, guards f7, attacks f3. So this is much better for black. Later on, after maneuvering, and at that point, it was already one only move for black to save the game. And yeah, Jan found it. So a check here, king e3, white's piece is arguably better placed, but then knight g2, and you can't really go to f2 because rook d2 happens. You go back, and it's a check, and perpetual, and they've agreed to draw. I believe both missed some chances. And let's look at one more game. Gukesh and Rapport. Alika in defense. Well, if anything, my favorite opening from the childhood. And yep, so black, of course, takes a lot of strategic risk by playing this. Surrenders the center, so far so good. After move 8, c4 is the most challenging move. c3 was played, it's a modest move, and black usually has no difficulties equalizing, which he did. And after, say, move 20, we are looking at the position which is probably slightly favorable for black. And then this is where Gukesh magic starts. Because they've reached the end game, and absolutely equal end game, and then slow by slow, little by little, as they say, he outplays Rapport entirely. Over here, it's still fine, and takes, rook gets in, knight d2, you start feeling that the b7 is in danger, a6 is in danger, right? And he went on to win, and I'll just highlight the very last moment where Rapport could have fought. So this is still fine. Knight d7, white's better, but not won the game just yet. And rook e7 happens to be a terrible blunder, because after rook c7 is a double attack. Not only the bishop is attacked, but there is knight b6, knight f6. And yeah, the rest did not matter. Gukesh went to win the game. And two other games, I believe, we have Cristian Chirila analyzed for us. So let's hear from Cristian. Let's hear from Zagreb.
Thanks, Miro. I am here with Anastasiya. We did analyze some of the games that you guys didn't have a chance to look at. Anastasiya, why don't you start?
Why not? Yes, Lupulescu game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda turned out to be not so exciting, I must say, because it was just really like one of those grandmaster draws. They played Nimzo, went for the line with the 3, and later on, many moves later, they actually simply all the pieces were exchanged, as you can see, and now we entered the very, very important ending. We can show it, this critical moment when queens have been exchanged, and now it's knight against bishop, and you know that in blitz knight values more.
It's dangerous.
It's a very dangerous piece, very dangerous. But I must admit that nothing really happened in this particular game, and after many, many moves, again, all pawns
It
left
did
the
feel
board.
like Black was getting a little bit more
Yes,
active,
a little
right?
bit, yes, and he put actually all the pawns to the right squares, to the dark squares, you know, showing that this bishop is not so active anymore, but okay, white defended well against the knight, and at the end of the day, the game finished with a very normal result. I mean, never ever in this position, never white had better or black had better chances, so both players played perfectly, and the game finished in a draw.
The result was definitely
Yes.
never in doubt. Now, let's take a look at this game between Alireza and Ivan Saric. And let's not forget, Alireza is one of the players that Magnus touted as probably the most dangerous player in Blitz. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's #1 in Blitz, Alireza,
Right
in
now?
the live rating list. Yes, in the
But
live rating list.
okay.
Perhaps actually nothing could have happened because he did win this game. So maybe he extended his lead. Take a look at this one. And I have to say, in the rapid portion against Ivan Saric, we remember that game from yesterday when Ivan had a draw in the last few moments. Unfortunately for Ivan, this was a very straightforward affair, and it felt like white had the advantage from the get-go. He played with the black pieces, took some chances, played the King's Indian defense, but unfortunately, you cannot do that at this level, and you're going to get punished. Well, at least it seems so.
Yeah, remember today at the conference, even Garry Kasparov
Yes.
mentioned King's Indian, saying that he feels really sorry when he sees these all evaluations of the computer. Yes,
He says he feels depressed.
Yes, he feels depressed. Exactly.
Yes, when he sees the evaluation that the computers are giving when they started with King's Indian defense, given his memories, fond memories about the King's Indian.
So Saric still decided to go for it, and Firouzja probably felt happy
Yes.
at this moment.
And at this point already, white has a great advantage. You build up the center, you have the better pawn structure, and you have so much space advantage, and this is so important. Also, take a look at that pawn on a6. Such a powerful pawn. You cannot touch that pawn, and I'm blocking, cementing that weakness on a7 in any sort of endgame. I'm going to get my bishop on the g1, a7 diagonal. I'm going to put enough pressure on the pawn on a7. Most likely I'm going to pick that up, and the a pawn is going to be a tremendous weapon. So he decided to sacrifice a pawn, no longer wanted to stay passive with the move knight to d7, understandably so.
And especially in Blitz, yes, you're trying to use your chances. You
have to
cannot
do
stay
something.
passive all the game, yes.
Exactly.
So I think it was a good try.
That's a very good point. And after knight takes e4, he got some chances because the knight comes back into play much more accurate would have been rook takes e4, but it's not so easy to play rook takes e4 when you can just get the knight in that central
So it was a better
beautiful
move,
square.
yes? It was a better
Much
move.
better
yes.
move, because knight to f5 is no longer possible. I'm going to exchange that, and I'm also having ideas of rook takes b4 after rook to e4.
Should play bishop f8 maybe after that, yes.
Yes,
I don't know.
yes.
Yes,
You're a
knight
pawn down and the compensation. Knight takes e4, knight to f5. And I have to say, this was a critical moment and a test for Alireza, because if you play something like queen to e2 or anything of that nature, this knight can land on d4. Black's pieces are getting very active, and this no longer is that easy. Okay, the bishop on g7 is still quite passive, but it defends critical squares. This knight never will be able to jump to f6, quite important. But what he played was the best move in the position, queen to a4. And this sets up a very beautiful trap in which, unfortunately, Ivan fell. Rook takes e5.
Let me see.
Look
Rook
at
takes.
this. Beautiful sacrifice, right?
Wow,
You're
rook
checkmating
takes
the
e5.
white king.
Wow.
King to h1. You want to play rook takes d2. Knight takes d2. Knight to g3. And now you want to give the checkmate, right?
Of course you want, yes. And at least you have, it seems like, perpetual check.
And it's
And
very,
knight
very
f1, yes.
beautiful, by the way.
Knight
Check,
f4, knight f4,
check,
knight
check.
h3.
And now queen to g1
Oh my
and knight
goodness.
to f2.
Okay, it's very beautiful, yes.
Unfortunately, after taking, if you do take on d2, after queen to e8, is game over.
So this important intermediate move, yes?
He
Wow.
missed it. Now he's just a rook down. Nothing can be done after that. He just went on to win Alireza.
Maybe you should show what is the difference, yes? So now, for example, king g7, and if now...
No,
then-
I'm just
you
taking.
just take the bishop immediately, yes?
That's a check.
Okay.
Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. Let's take a look at the standings after one very eventful round of Blitz.
Things have changed a lot. Now we have a sole leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but only half point behind our two players, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana.
You're looking over your shoulder at Magnus. And what about our pairings coming up for the second round of a Blitz?
All right, we have Magnus Carlsen playing Duda,
Okay.
Saric against Lupulescu, Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja.
Boy, I tell you, that's a tough one. What should be our marquee matchup? Magnus, Duda, Nepo, Firouzja. It's tough.
I wish we could do both, but I think we have to go with Magnus.
Okay, he's the man to watch
Rapport against Anand, and Caruana will be playing Gukesh.
as we get ready for this round 2 of Blitz coming up. That game of Fabiano, it just seemed like Fabi just slipped. It was just slowly, drip by drip, something went wrong.
And it's very depressing because as it's happening, you know that it's a draw.
It's happening.
And you also know you're about to lose.
Yeah, that you're slipping and you still feel like I should be able to save this. Time became a very big factor too. I think at one moment they were down to just seconds.
1 second, yes.
Each. I mean, Fabi.
And Miro, can you please show us, was there any stalemate ideas at the end?
Right, yeah. I mean, if you allow me just 10 seconds, it's, you know, not only Fabi was fighting well and everything, but he's got unlucky because the king is in stalemate, right? Just get rid of the queen
right.
And it's a draw. But regrettably, after this check, black has king g4. You would think this check, but king f4, and now whenever you try to give the queen away, it's captured with the queen, and the king is no longer stalemated. Queen f3, it's going to be queen f3, and so on and so on. So I believe he was relying on this queen takes g3, and it's a stalemate and everything, and you just cannot get rid of the queen.
Thank you. Wow. And they are off. Magnus having trouble with his chair. Earlier in the Rapids, he nearly threw his chair out.
Can't get comfortable. And we have d4, and looks like maybe Catalan, we'll see.
Yes,
Catalan.
Good call. And the open line of the Catalan with d takes c4 and a7, a6. Castles. Knight c6.
All theory.
Standard stuff so far. Exactly.
So Nepo, for the first time, he's in solid.
You know, and I feel really, really good for Nepo because he's had some results after the World Championship match itself. You know, he was so close. The title was in his hands. Then Bucharest was a disaster after, and to see him back on top, it's great.
Actually, we should switch and watch this game because I find their opening fascinating.
What was it? Yes, it was. The fantasy variation
it was
again.
Caro-Kann, but second move f3.
Right.
Slightly different move order.
Okay. And h4, h5.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of these ideas. h4, h5 here.
It feels like the
d5.
players are definitely freewheeling in this one. Takes on d4
They're
and
playing
takes
so
on
fast
c6.
as if they've seen this before. Well, I'm guessing they have.
But it does
not a
feel
theoretical
completely
line.
new for me as well. First impressions is Black is doing fine. I mean, this bishop
Black's
on
doing
b6
great.
looks really good to my eyes. You know, this pawn on d4, this knight is ready to jump to e5. So if you play, for example, knight e4, knight e5, I don't see why Black isn't a happy camper.
No, I like Black's position a lot because with the pawn on h5 already and on f3, if white castles short, there's so many weaknesses on the king side.
Indeed, that pawn will immediately
White
get attentions.
would be very happy if they could jump the queen from d1 to anywhere else just so they could castle long.
Right.
But that's not possible, and it would take way too many moves to develop the queen and castle long.
I just don't even know what I'm supposed to do here in Nepo's shoes because I don't want to castle short for the reasons that you mentioned, including the fact that I've got my pawn on h5. So I have to make room for my queen. He did play knight f4, but then you ask yourself, what exactly is my knight doing on f4? Knight is coming to e5. This other knight is coming either to f5 or d5. And it just feels like the coordination is wrong.
I agree, and also even if white manages to castle long, black also has open b file. So I can play rook b8 and I will have some ideas on the b file for sure.
No question about it. Knight d5 immediately. I'm not exactly sure why Firouzja is resisting knight e5, but there is an issue.
The king.
Yeah, the king is on the e file. The other thing, if you don't take on d5 and double up the pawns, you know, you're, well, I mean,
You think white might be okay here with king on f1?
yeah, that's what I was thinking with just the double pawns. The problem is I don't want to take, but I don't want to allow rook e8 and knight e3 when I'm thinking that pawn on e3 might live, and that would be very, very bad news. This is the current position. Clock is a factor?
Firouzja is looking very good. He has 4 minutes, and Jan is down to 2.5 minutes. So definitely white didn't get anything out of the opening. If anything, actually,
it's
no,
black.
black is definitely better already.
So our tournament leader, Nepo, facing his first challenge of the day here as Firouzja starts with a win. And, well, in Blitz, nobody's higher rated.
And Magnus did mention yesterday the only player who has the most potential in the Blitz is Firouzja, he said.
Right. Queen e2. After, I want to say, kind of a long think, I'm just going to refresh my board.
Wow.
Queen e2.
And g4 was not I guess he's stopping f5, but
That's what it's all about, right?
it's just, it looks very risky. Knight c5 maybe?
Knight c5. I like that move a lot. I've also just, for some reason, I've got knight e5 on the brain, focusing on that bishop. But knight c5 does the same thing, and maybe what you were saying about rook b8 and knight a4, potential of attack against the pawn on b2. I like knight c5. It gives that option, the additional chance. Bishop c7. Oh, that's an annoying move.
Forcing white's knight to either trade or step back.
Well, if I step back, there is a bishop g3 check. That could be disruptive.
Well, I can't take on d5 because
I
how
definitely
easy it is.
cannot take on d5, that's right. The move g4, right now I'd like to play the move g3 and protect the knight. Knight went back to h3.
I guess if bishop g3 check, Nepomniachtchi is planning to play king f1, king g2. Of
Yeah.
course, it's unpleasant, but it's not the end of the world.
Well, here we go. I wasn't sure about king f1. I thought he might even want to go. Not that I want to play king d1. Let's just jump back to the game of Magnus for a moment. Magnus versus Duda. Let's see what happened. Well, we won't go too far back, but it does feel like,
He's up in exchange
well,
at the moment.
exchange for a pawn?
For a pawn, yes.
But those
For-
are two connected pass pawns at the moment. Gosh, what do they call that line? Now I'm
Black
trying to
definitely
think.
has compensation, but since he's blocking the pawns,
Rook a4, yeah? Queen
I wouldn't
c2.
say that it's game over at all. No, there's
No, I
still
those two connected pass pawns. You don't want to underestimate the power of the pawn. c5, I like that move. That's a good fighting back type of move. Queen to d1, intimating that the damaged king side might allow for a queen g4 check.
Yeah, but the queenside pawns for black are so good, and your rook on a4 now has to stay there.
Yeah, you're kind of committed to blockading.
So I'm not sure how strong white's advantage actually is. How
Well,
serious.
Well, we want to take and play queen d4. And
Let's say I play king f8, just like Magnus did earlier.
king
this
f8,
game.
I take on c5, you
Queen
take on,
takes.
say, I go queen d4. He's played f5. So if we do take and go queen d4, the pawn on f6 isn't hanging. But I'm thinking that I want to play rook a1 ASAP.
Black will play knight c6 to defend.
And that's why I wanted to trade queens on d4 so I can play d5.
I think d5 right now is also interesting. I
Give
know
you
I'm giving you
three
three connected
connected
pass
pass-
pawns, but I'm creating one for myself as
I
well.
understand. So d5 takes rook d8, yeah?
And then e4. Because I really want to open up e-file and
My king.
use my rook.
So, I mean, I have the feeling that you do that, Nazi, and it's sort of like a lot of bridges are being burned. h4, h5, okay. Possibility of h6 and setting up some mating patterns. Maybe h6 if I'm black. to get out of that, to prevent h6.
Yeah, I think I would not want to allow white to play h6.
Exactly.
h6, then d takes 6, and queen d4 still looks like a good option.
Right.
Yeah, this is still early to say.
I still think it's 3 results.
Yes.
I mean, I do like the exchange for being an exchange up, but yeah.
But I think our tournament leader is going down in his game.
Oh, really? So we'll switch back. We'll flip back to the game between Nepo and Firouzja, because we saw it. We left it with bishop g3 check, and then he ended up playing king f1. And let's jump to the current position. And
Nepo's down to 2 seconds. He just
this
made
is
a
not
move.
happiness. d3 is hanging with check, and guess what? He took it.
Yeah, this is.
And the clock
This should be
times?
completely winning for black. Firouzja has 2 minutes, and Nepo's down to 4 seconds.
Oof.
We can grab another pawn, maybe.
And let's
B2?
do it. Yeah, no, queen takes b2. The harvest
goes.
is in full bloom here.
Now white's position is absolutely depressing, and I think there is rook takes e4 hanging, and then bishop d2.
Trading everything, yeah. Yep. Rook takes e4 certainly looks good. And he's done
He
it.
goes for it. Now Firouzja got a
Firouzja.
good opening out of the opening and just completely dominating game. With
Let's
the
hear
black
it.
pieces.
Let's hear it for the Caracana. There goes the third pawn, and Nepo's had enough. Let's jump back to the game of Magnus. Our congratulations to Firouzja as he
Coming
knocks
back.
off the tournament leader. And I'm not going to say anything, but I do believe he was your pick.
He was, mine and Christian's.
F4, G4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who is attacking whom? F4, G4.
See, I think Anastasia mentioned earlier that in Blitz, having knight is a very dangerous thing because
Exactly.
knights are very tricky.
Yeah.
And I would actually rather be black in this position.
I was about to say, knight c6, if it provokes the move d5, the knight would jump to d4, and then f3 check is on tap. So that was why Magnus played the move rook e4. He didn't want to see the knight, but then king b3.
It is very strange to see that white is using the major pieces, queen and 2 rooks, to defend the pawns.
Exactly. We just saw the move e5, so after d4, instantly,
D8.
Duda. Duda's playing like, hey, I'm the one with the attack.
But
And Magnus
now-
is saying, no, wait a minute, I've got attacking ideas as well. Look at my potential, queen f6. Uh-oh.
Whose king is
check.
weaker?
And the clock times?
Clock times, Magnus has an advantage. He has 30 seconds, and Duda has only 5 seconds. He has to
5 seconds to
make
30.
moves instantly.
King g2, okay.
F3 check looks good. I don't know if it threatens anything, but
Well, he's got to do something.
I guess on king
take-
f3, knight d4 comes in with a check, and maybe I
King
can take on
G2.
e6 with the knight.
Aha. And somehow survive that. Okay. King
And
takes f3,
we're going
knight
to see that
d4
happen.
check.
If king g2, knight e6, I think
And he's done it.
black's king looks safe with the knight on e6. Safer than it
safer
was
for
before.
sure. Magnus c5.
Oh,
Ooh,
he grabbed
queen
the
takes
I
b3.
think
That
Duda
was
just
big.
blundered the b3 pawn.
That was a big pawn.
He should have played queen b5 and kept the pawn alive.
By the way, he's stepping into a nasty pin is Duda. Queen b8 check, king h2. I love that. By the way, clock times are
Just
huge.
a few seconds.
And there goes the
he
piece.
just grabbed the piece and
Yeah.
he won.
Whew.
He
Wow.
just outplayed Duda in just the last few moves.
And we've got the remaining game of Fabi and Gukesh.
Bobby, it looks like he's winning. He's up 2 pawns in the rook ending.
Yeah, this is actually pretty easy, but the clock times 4
Few
seconds to
seconds
6
each.
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, f5, let's go.
King goes to the king side, and yeah, this should be game over. Yeah, it's because Fab is up 2 pawns why it's winning. Otherwise, there was always the rook exchange option and take
Exactly.
on e7. But
And Gukesh has seen
Fabi
enough.
comes back after a loss
That
this
was a
morning.
huge win, actually, because he kicks down a rival. Do we have any other games?
Yes. Maybe Rapport. Rapport defeated Anand.
Okay. Very, very
and
nice.
I think there is one game still going on, Saric.
And
they just
Lupulescu drew. Okay.
So 4 decisive games.
Wow, I'm still Nepo versus Firouzja and Magnus winning. But Miro, jump in. What have we missed in round 2?
Well, you didn't miss anything. You seem to cover all the important games. Well, let me delve just a little bit in detail for this one. Magnus against Duda. So how did we get to this very sharp position with an extra exchange? First of all, this is a known position, right? Black indeed tries to not only to take on c4, but to save this pawn. And there are many, many moves. Bishop e3 is the rare one. That's what Magnus chose. The bishop d7, queen to c1 attack the pawn, b5, b3, and now it's a real pawn sacrifice. You're no longer winning the pawn back, it disappeared, right? But this is a very well-known structure where white usually has the compensation for the pawn. So in few more moves, we are reaching this type of position. So white has a semi-open c file as well as a file, a very nice square on c5 where the knight's going to land in few moves. So white usually has enough compensation for equality, but not more than that, right? So h4, queen b6, e3, a5. And this was a mistake by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after which knight c4 shifts the scales in white's favor, for now. But then, captures, knight to f6, they've swapped, takes. Here, indeed, white is better, and then immediately Magnus's rook a4 is not the best, right? And it's a very, very complex position, so perhaps we shouldn't care much what the engine has to say up to this point. It's very sharp and relatively correct what players have done. f3 is a brilliant move. In fact, one of the few moves that really keep black's position afloat. And king f3, the move Magnus played, was a terrible mistake. Instead, he should have gone king g3. After king f3, knight d4, it's black who's better. And then king g2, knight e6, c5, and queen c6 is a terrible, terrible mistake. And in fact, after queen b5, it should have went upside down. Duda was winning after queen b5. Right, and just to mention, poor Lupulescu, he had absolutely winning position against Saric, but then once again couldn't convert it. And, well, few words to, let Cristian have few words. I think he analyzed the other games. So, to Zagreb, to Cristian Anastasiya.
We did analyze a couple of games. I will let you once again, Anastasia, start with the analysis. You looked at this game between Ricci and
Rapport
Anand.
and Anand. It was an absolutely crazy game, reversed Benoni, and both of them were playing very creative. We showed this critical moment where white managed to push before, one of the main ideas in this line, of course. And after that, I mean, it was, of course, crazy. Knight ended up at the end on c3, trying to block this pawn. So at the end, it was like both sides were trying to come first, yes. White is trying, of course, to queen, and then also black managed to get some counterplay and push their pawns very far away. Yes, and many times Ricci had seemed like winning position, but he didn't bring the final blow. And I would say there was an interesting moment here, queen e8. I mean, white could play maybe like queen f7, and if you take, then I mean, king just comes there, and the ending is winning. But he didn't do it, and he wanted the end on time, you know. So in this position, which already looks still dangerous for black, of course, but more stable.
Perhaps winning for white.
Maybe winning, but still you need to do some work. He managed to win.
I think after h6, queen e7, king to g2, and unfortunately he just didn't make the last move on time.
Yes.
Nice victory for Ricci. Rapport. Let's take a look at what happened in that game that you guys caught up with, Fabiano versus Gukesh, because we know Fabiano has some problems with Gukesh. Gukesh beat him in a blitz in Norway. He beat him in the rapid as well. Take a look at this Ponziani. When is the last time you've seen the Ponziani attack as white? Knight to f6, d5 is obviously also an idea. Knight f6, d4, and now d6. This is very passive and allows white to get the advantage. And this is exactly what Fabiano did. Just take more and more space. And to be honest, it was just a very smooth game by Fabiano. Knight to g5, get the knight on e6. Of course, you cannot take it, because if you do that, you're going to lose a queen. Yes. So you have to go rook to f7, but this is just such a sad position. You don't have any counterplay. I am getting a couple of pawns. This is exactly what happened, and he converted very nicely with this move, rook to e7, giving up a pawn. But if you take it, I go
Yes,
rook to b7 and I
just take everything. Yes,
get
have
some of
everything.
your pawns back. This is just a winning endgame. Beautiful conversion by Fabiano and a nice bounce back after that difficult loss against Magnus in the first round. Let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds of a blitz in today's games. We see Magnus is taking the lead, but Fabi is also there. 13
Only
points.
half a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Who lost, unfortunately for him. A difficult game for Jan, but Alireza is also stringing some victories, 2 in a row. And he's definitely feeling good. Gukesh is doing well. Anand falling through the cracks right now, 10.5.
He just lost this game against
Yes, yes. Very interesting standings, guys. Round 3 is coming up shortly, but before that, we will be going on a short commercial break. See you soon.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everybody, and these are our standings after 2 rounds of Blitz.
Some changes again. Now we have 2 co-leaders, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana.
As Jan slips due to his loss.
Jan is in clear 3rd and now sharing 4th, Firouzja and Gukesh.
Yeah, Alireza coming up with back-to-back. And our pairings for this round 3 of Blitz coming up should be an exciting one.
Gukesh is playing Magnus Carlsen.
That's got to be our marquee matchup right there.
And our backup will be Anand against Caruana.
Very, very nice backup indeed. Firouzja versus Rapport, also interesting.
We'll see if Firouzja can win 3rd in a row.
Exactly. Nice crowd as weekend in Zagreb. How else do you want to spend your summer weekend if not for the Grand Chess Tour Blitz? And I tell you, things move very, very, very fast. Not just in the over the board games, but the standings. Firouzja started the day in 7th place.
I think he was sharing 7th place, yes.
He's already at 4th, and the world's #1 rated Blitz player, Alireza Firouzja, showing why he's #1 with back-to-back victories as we get ready for round 3. Miro, it's been exciting stuff so far, and we're expecting more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be paying attention to Jan Nepomniachtchi because he seems to have the same struggle he had day 1 of Rapid to win 1 in a row.
1 in a row, yes. But he did win 4 out of 4 in a row in the Rapids. When he did get his mojo going, he did it very, very well. I think he messed up his preparation in that fantasy with the bishop coming to d3 earlier. He should have probably done what you said, castle quickly along and play queen e2. But let's see some of the action through the magic of television at the end of the Magnus game from the previous round. As this game with Duda was live at so many moments, and, and there goes that.
First grabbed the pawn on b3 and then knight on c5.
Exactly.
He won this game in just the last 5 moves.
Right, and then there was that moment where Duda missed queen b5, which was very strange to miss. You've just played the move rook d1 check. Your opponent's king goes to g2. Well, if you can get your queen to f1, you do it. You go queen f1 check. How he doesn't play queen b5? I mean, he does it 100 times out of 100. You sit there, you play Magnus Carlsen, and you find something else.
Like we were saying during the break, Magnus is good and lucky.
Good and lucky. So it's a deadly combination for sure as we get ready for this round 3. And
no one's
again,
there, even though the games
we're
are
ready, guys. We are ready. And we have a special birthday today. Who is it? Leonard!
Happy birthday, Leonard.
Our photographer extraordinaire. I want to say, do check out his website. He has thousands and thousands of photos from the Grand Chess Tours over the years, and he has a beautiful eye for photography. Really, our congratulations to Leonard. Also, as we're saying congratulations, we want to thank our sponsors very much, SuperUnited Foundation, as well as Croatia's Full of Life Foundation, and of course here in St. Louis, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Thank you, sponsors, each and every one of you. You have presented a wonderful, wonderful Grand Chess Tour. Thank you very much. SuperUnited Full of Life Foundation, as the players take their seats for round 3.
Yeah, I think Firouzja's feeling pretty good, starting the day with 2 wins in a row.
It's nothing like a victory to make the sun shine, the birds sing.
And he took down the tournament leader with the black pieces.
That is so huge. Winning is great, but taking a rival and knocking them off their perch, that's even better still. I want to say Richie is one of those players who's always in the mix, but he has too much up and down. He's inconsistent, but he can play and win any single game.
I think it's possible it's because of his openings, because unlike pretty much the rest of the field, his openings are not very solid.
Right. Agreed. He takes a lot of risk, as does Magnus in the openings. Now, Gukesh coming up. He just lost to Fabi. That's a setback.
Definitely, and Magnus will try to take advantage of Gukesh's mood right now.
Right? Having just lost a game, Magnus on a tear. As he basically made his announcements known yesterday with his bold statement that Fabi and Nepo better play, a historic tournament of their life, because
he wasn't wrong.
Not so far, not so far. Miro, in your experience, and a very experienced grandmaster you are, don't you just love it when somebody makes a bold statement like Magnus and says, "Hey, you better have the tournament of your life"?
Well, yes, it's quite rare for chess community, right? But as we figured out, he has all the rights to do so.
Well, when you're a 6-time Blitz world champion, yes, you do.
And speaking of Rapport, yes, I wish I could say that I'm unstable and, ups and downs and still hover around 2750.
Right.
Yeah.
Time out. Whoa, G2, G4, H6, like immediately. As if, everybody knows about G4 and H4. I'm not interested in what's going on.
Familiar with G4 and H4 combination in this line.
I'm forcibly reminded of the game of the park. Judith Polgar, white, versus Magnus Carlsen. It was a time on-off as well. And Judith, on her free day, when she's not doing chess commentary, decided it was time to crush Magnus in a blitz game. And I thought that was really a fun moment. Queen D2, isn't that inviting B4? My spidey sense is tingling. Can I take a pawn? Ooh, sorry.
I think so, because
that was not what I wanted.
Knight D5 is definitely premature sacrifice, right?
Apparently, this is all theory so far. B4, you're saying Knight D5 is premature.
It's way too early, right? So I would have to go Knight E2.
Okay, and
Queen
then
takes E4 and
Rook
I guess just Rook G1.
Okay.
And then long castle and.
Yeah, but I mean B4 is certainly
B4.
And Knight E4. Now the question is, should I take the pawn? That's a different matter altogether. I mean, I can play Knight F6, and
Magnus took the pawn.
I love it.
It's like, show me why.
Exactly. Well, we are in Missouri. For those of you who don't know, this is the show me state. Show me why I can't take the pawn. Rook G1, setting up for the bishop G2 and a skewer of the rook.
Queen C4.
Queen C4. Okay, well, he gets out of the
Pin.
the skewer. Yes, sorry.
So if Knight D4, he just wants to drop back to C7.
I assume
Safe
so.
square.
Yeah, Knight D4, Queen to C7. And he's basically saying, okay, I won a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got all the tempi, the development. How are you going to do
We're
it?
on move 14, and only black piece that's developed is the queen.
Usually that's something that you say to amateur players.
Yeah.
Don't fall in love with your queen. You have other pieces. And all of those other pieces, black's other pieces, are all asleep. They're in their barracks. Queen C7 on the board. Let me just refresh.
But there are exceptions to all the rules.
That's the problem. We make these rules and we forget. They're not rules, they're guidelines. Yeah? Okay, so even though black has no development to speak of, he does have a pawn and he has no weaknesses. So what is white supposed to do to get
Castle.
Castle? Okay, but I'm saying long term, are you planning to play G5? Or, like from black's perspective, he's going to go Knight E7, Knight C6, Bishop E7, right? Just do some development.
I would definitely play G5 and maybe even G6 afterwards.
As white, yeah?
Yeah.
To get G5 and G6 in. So, excuse me. So castles first or G5 first? What's your pick, Nazi?
I like to have my king tucked in safely, so
Yeah.
I'll castle first.
Okay, I like it too. Castles long makes the most sense to me.
Gukesh just played it.
Castle's long?
Yes.
Good for him.
Magnus quickly played knight f6, not knight e7 as you suggested. Walking right into g5, but...
There is a reason why he might be attracted to knight f6, because he does get the tempo back. He encouraged g5, hg, pardon me, yes, hg, knight e4, queen to d4. And now there's the moment of truth right now. Should we play the move d5?
We have some more moves already.
Bishop
Magnus
b7.
played bishop b7, bishop g2.
I was about to say bishop b7 makes a lot of sense.
And knight d6.
Knight d6. He's not interested in playing d5 and allowing g6 with play against the e6 pawn. Knight to d6 on the board.
Can white take the pawn back now on b4?
You had me at take the pawn back. Yes, take the pawn back. Queen takes b4 immediately, bishop g2 and knight f5, right? I mean, because of the temporary, the knight blocks the bishop, right?
Look, also has in between rook c8 move. I don't know if it's helpful or not, but...
Normally the threat of checkmate in one does get your attention, right? So queen takes, the problem I'm seeing, just a moment, queen takes rook c8, could even play a move like queen a4. You know, I can defend c2 and maybe, you know, g6, knight takes e6 ideas. I'm beginning to warm up to white's position, actually, and I do like the move queen b4 a lot.
If he doesn't take on b4, maybe he can try g6 immediately here.
Yeah, g6 definitely.
And he
Queen
takes
takes
the pawn.
b4.
Magnus
Rook c8.
playing really fast this game. He still has almost 4 minutes on the clock.
And versus Gukesh's
Minute and a half.
90 seconds.
Already huge advantage.
Right. Well, that move queen b4 versus g6, that was a tough one, and Gukesh took some time. He was calculating, but in the end he decided to even material equality. By the way, queen on a4 is really annoying, and that was why we saw queen c6. And things have calmed down tremendously here. How are we doing in our backup game? Not that I'm going to move. I just want to make sure.
I think we should, maybe we should check with Firouzja's game.
Firouzja.
Since he's on a roll, he won 2 games in a row, and looks like we have a very interesting position currently.
Wow.
Let's catch
Wait a
up.
minute. Yeah, just a second. I'm just trying to get the zen of this. The f2.
He has 2 pieces for 3 pawns, is that right? Yes, so he's...
Yeah. Yeah, 2 pieces for 3 pawns. The king's a little weird, but this move queen e1 sets up for knight to g1, and then you're untangling, if you will,
I mean,
Richie.
this is such huge material advantage that as long as I'm not getting mated, it
Well,
doesn't even matter that my pieces are passive.
Right. Knight to g1 and queen h4 on Alireza's agenda.
That looks very good.
Maybe even bishop e4?
I was thinking also bishop f3 maybe?
Bishop f3. Yeah, we're beginning to... I like the pieces because even as awkward as these pawns are, they're blockaded. And by the way, that last move, you know, you're ready to play queen h4. A queen trade means that your king is in safety.
Just knight f3 and I think king is already safe.
Yeah. No, I guess I'm being a little too anxious. I want to just trade to get the queens off the board as quickly as possible. Queen h4, queen g6. I think it's important for black to maintain some attacking chances against the king.
At least the illusion of it, right?
The illusion. I mean, I need my dreams. By the way, the rook on b1 makes a strange impression. Why is the rook on b1? Why isn't it on like a3 or doing something? The bishop on c1 needs life as well. Well, queen h4, queen g6. That was it was vital, I want to say, that Richie did not trade queen. Sorry,
He just played rook a1. He was also uncomfortable with rook on b1.
Right, exactly. It's not that there is a back rank mate, but queen takes and rook d1 would have been awkward. No.
Yeah, now I think Firouzja will just put one of the pieces on f3, bishop or the knight.
So rook f5, intimating rook h5 is an idea.
Oh, so now bishop f3 actually looks very good, because if you go rook h5, I'm happy to take queen g4. I have so many pieces. I can give a little bit back.
Yes, exactly. I agree wholeheartedly. Bishop f3. And talking about what a victory would mean for Alireza, first of all, it would be 3 in a row. He started in 7th position. He's now currently tied for 4th, and with a win.
He would be tied for 1st.
No, really? It happened
Second.
It happened that
Second.
quickly? I mean, wow. Okay. But rook f5, I like your move bishop f3 a lot. He played bishop e4. Oh, that's a challenge. There's d8 check. In case of rook takes e4, knight takes e4, rook h5, there's a queen d8 check. Oops.
And then knight d6,
Right.
winning the queen.
But hold on. What is rook takes e4, knight takes e4, rook takes d5? I'm trying to harass the white king.
That's...
Probably,
Let's see, do I still have queen d8 check?
I think you do.
King f7.
Or,
and then
no, I was
rook-
going to go
knight
knight e8.
Right,
I was going to. So rook e4, knight e4, rook d5, queen d8 check, knight e8, h5. Oh, that makes it easy because
No,
now
h5.
no more. Yeah, now I think we just develop.
You can play immediately knight f3 or take on f5.
Yeah, I like the immediate knight f3 what he chose, because at certain moment you're going to have to play rook takes e4, and just go all in, and he's done it.
d4, rook d5.
And now the problem as I see it is I can go check and knight to g5, and my king is actually
knight
pretty
e8,
safe.
right?
Yeah,
Oh,
knight to
knight
g5. My king is actually kind of safe. I'm inviting
Is
rook
it?
h1.
This is type of position you don't want in Backhouse with white. Look at that king.
Give me a pawn. Oh, bishop takes e3, just stopping ideas of rook
Oh
d1.
no, queen e4 though, I
Queen
think.
takes e4.
Firouzja may have missed that because...
No, he's still, but he's up.
Is he
Hold
still
on.
up material?
Massive amounts of material. Rook g5?
Okay, yeah, okay, I forgot. He has another rook.
Yes, exactly. It is. But wait a minute. There is the threat of queen g3 mate.
So queen has to come back to h4 very quickly, which he did.
Very nice.
Ricci has 3 seconds on the clock. Firouzja 15, I think.
But it's a rook, and rook to g2,
It's a full
and
rook.
to g1, and Alireza is going to be on the attack again.
6 seconds.
Rook g2, queen f3.
Well, actually, Ricci has 4 pawns now for that rook.
Well, queen takes f6. Oh, he didn't play. Why
Because
didn't
queen
he?
takes g2 and g takes f, and black has 4 pawns.
But they're pretty ugly
Oh
pawns.
no, I think... What is there's mate? Rapport won the game.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, but Richie had no time.
I know. I'm shocked. Yeah, Firouzja just blundered mate.
He blundered mate. Wow. Sorry, let's just jump back into the Magnus game. And
Vichy defeated Fabiano.
Wow, we turn our backs for just the briefest of moments. Let's jump to the Magnus Carlsen game because it's the one remaining. He's a pawn up and a king and pawn ending game.
Yeah, he's winning. And Nepo
He's
also won his game.
Wow, wait a minute. I think that was every game was decisive, no draws. And just a second, king c5? No. Hold on, how are we supposed to win? Oh.
G6, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And after king d5, f6.
F6, right.
And there goes
Oh,
the flag. Gukesh flagged.
So Magnus winning all 3
Three
games.
in a row. And last game, let's jump to it as Duda versus Saric.
We have a queen ending with equal material, but a passed pawn.
It's the b pawn that's the dangerous pawn. Check and b7? Yeah. Now you can't take because
1 second and even flags. But I think it's lost anyways.
wow.
All decisive games.
That happened really, really fast as Firouzja losing, I'm in a shock because he was a rook ahead.
And he was my pick.
And he's your pick. Miro, fill in some gaps there. I didn't see everything.
Well, there is a lot. I mean, first of all, yeah, to confirm, computer evaluation of Firouzja's game. Firouzja was winning all the way until he blundered. But kudos to Rapport. There was, if you will, a sacrifice in spirit of Mikhail Tal. Not obviously sound, right? But yeah, he kept pushing. Anyway, to update you with the other games, Duda with Saric. I will not go in detail at all, just to mention that the queen endgame you've witnessed was with new queens. So it was a lot happening, just believe me, right? I mean, yeah, it started as a quiet Sicilian and then was misplayed by Saric and then went back and forth, but eventually Duda won. It was a very exciting game between Constantin Lupulescu and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Poor Lupulescu still cannot score a win, even though he was close once again. And Nepo playing the King's Indian and actually giving a lesson to Magnus. You only play e7, e5 after you castled. And again, same Lupulescu, right? I mean, I'm referring to the game yesterday in the Rapid. Well, they've gotten to a typical, I want to say typical King's Indian position, where computer screaming white is better, and indeed he is, but black always has some sort of, contemplate tricks and so on and so on. Right, and at some point, that's a key move. I really want to highlight it. So e5, e4, that's what you do in the King's Indian. You are ready to sacrifice the material to make sure your pieces are active, right? So bishop on g7 now, and this bishop will play a key role later on. So the pawn after some few more moves was taken. And yeah, and even computer changes its mind here. So it says, yeah, white is no longer, the position is no longer one-sided. Black has his resources. Right, and it went on to shift in Nepo's favor, and I just want to highlight the couple of final touches. So here, white still could have played with, well, somewhat quirky move, queen to c3. Looks like you're almost blundering something, but black doesn't have a nice way to jump with this knight. And what Lupulescu did, he went king a2, after which knight f3 happened, and then he played queen c3. And guess what? Rook b2 finishes it off. Right, so a bit unlucky for Lupulescu, but Jan bounces back and wins his first in a row.
First in a row.
Right.
Thank you for that, Miro. And again, the standings are shifting tremendously. And update us, please, Nazi.
Now we have Magnus as sole leader of the tournament with 14 points and only half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi and another half point behind Fabiano Caruana. But the rest of the field kind of fallen behind.
Exactly, they're making gaps, and let's jump to Zagreb with Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, guys. Well, we will be following a couple of games, and the one that I chose is the one between Alireza and Ricci. And on the live rating list, Alireza was actually touching 2,900 once again after his victory in the past game. Unfortunately for him, he's back below 2,900 after that accident against Ricci Rapport. And I have to say, what a crazy game that was. Take a look at the beginning of that one. Alireza with the white pieces, Ricci Rapport with the black pieces. Ricci already inviting a very serious battle with his d6, e5, taking the center. I mean, this is not how you play generally classical chess.
Yes.
Blitz, you can play anything
Whatever
you want.
Yes.
h4, knight to f6, and take a look at this moment. This is the moment that I want to highlight. After the move a4, knight to g4, knight to h3. In fact, it paid off. The gamble by Ricci with the black pieces definitely paid off, because right now he has more or less a better position. If he doesn't take on a d5, and I think this is important because once you exchange this couple of pawns, I also have the idea of knight to b5 as white. I have some extra squares. It's very, very important. Instead of that, probably bishop to f6 would have been the better move. Just play it slow. Bishop to f6, queen to e7, maybe centralize the queen, get the bishop to d7, get the other rook on e8, just a typical plan. but take it slow. Instead of that, he took e3, and this was a critical mistake. After f3, unfortunately, he's just completely lost. He has a couple of options. He can go back and accept the fact that I'm just simply going to be a pawn down, absolutely no compensation. Probably, from a strategical point of view, white is also better, or you can just go crazy.
Bishop h4.
Bishop takes h4,
That's
which he did.
Style of Richie, yes?
This is Richard, of course.
Calculated everything.
You said A, you have to say B. Give another piece. Sure, I'll take it. 2 pieces down, a few pawns, sure, 3 pawns, and some attack. But I have to say, Firouzja did play some very good moves. Knight to g1, get the knight to f3, blockade everything, and unfortunately for him, as you guys saw it, and by the way, hey, bishop to e4, once again, the same idea. Do you want to try to avoid any sort of trades, or do you just give up the exchange? He gave up the exchange.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, there's so much material down right now, and white has a completely winning position, but unfortunately for him, he fell through the cracks. That big accident at the end where he allowed checkmate, and both of the players were pretty much smiling about this game. Anastasia, which one were you watching?
Yeah, you kind of feel, yes, when it's a mess on the board. So I would check the game Anand against Fabiano Caruana. It was also a very interesting game. At the beginning, it seemed to be very quiet. Ray Lopez, you know, then probably new theory until moved 30 or something like that. So I will jump to this moment when white took on b5. I couldn't understand at the beginning why black just doesn't take the pawn on b5, but Fabi had something else in his mind. He decided to go for this type of attack. Look at this, and queen f2, threatening sometimes, you know, after knight h4, some checkmates on g1 perhaps, but Vishy defended very well. First he took on c1, and then he just simply moved his queen back and just ended up with an extra pawn, right? And which just moves
so
to the...
let's just check what was happening if you go b6. How do you
here
get
I think
checkmated?
this is knight h4 maybe is coming, yes, with the idea queen g1, checkmate if you take, but if you
cannot take.
Yes,
Oh
and
my
the
goodness.
threat knight f3 also is quite strong, right? So
That's a nice move.
yes, so he found this queen d2 first, you know, in order to defend against all the threats. And let's go back to this moment. And then after queen d2, it turned out that okay, black has no time for all the tricks, so he still played queen c5, b6, and now knight h4. Again, great move of by Vishy, knight e2, defending g1 square, as simple as that. But look what happened after. It was not the end.
Not the end.
No. After move b4, because let's say if you play queen d1, rook b2, I mean you lose the pawn. Yes, but it was still winning for Vishy, but he decided to play b4. And look what Fabi did. He actually got some chances here because he created also a pass pawn at this moment, so which started to move. And I mean, black had to give up, white had to give up a couple of pawns after that, you know, b6, but still, okay, d5 is pretty strong, but you can see that the amount of pawns became suddenly equal. Yes, and Fabi had really good chances, but then he blundered badly somewhere here, knight f6. Computer says this is the crucial mistake in the game. With some precise moves, he could still hold this position, but okay, after that, okay, it's lost. I mean...
and this was the critical move, perhaps this is what he missed, the fact that, sure, you cannot touch, unfortunately, this knight because d8, that's a check, and you cannot take the queen, unfortunately. Nice win by Vishy. He needed that.
Exactly, yes, he didn't start well, and now this victory maybe will cheer him up.
Day 3 in Rapid, lost against Gukesh. This one wasn't the greatest of starts, but this is an important victory. And we're going to go back to the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. Things are happening so fast, we don't get a chance to get it in, but let's just check in with our friends at Q Boutique to see what the special is for today. It is a puffy vest. Gear up in the newest apparel from the St. Louis Chess Club with this officially branded puffy vest. Features the Chess Club signature logo across the left breast pocket. And by the way, I do like these puffy vests. They're very, very comfy to wear as we take a look at our standings through 3 rounds of Blitz.
Magnus Carlsen in the lead. Let's see if someone can catch him. Jan Nepomniachtchi only half point behind, and Fabiano Caruana in the clear third.
And now we see how important victory for Vishy was. Tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 4.
All right, let's take a look. We have Magnus Carlsen playing Ivan Saric, who is not having the best tournament.
No, he's had positions. He's had opportunity. He just hasn't realized it.
Nepomniachtchi playing Duda.
Important game.
2 Romanian grandmasters facing each other, Rapport Lupulescu. Caruana and Firouzja both coming to this round from a loss.
Exactly. Big game going on there. And then the all-Indian matchup between Gukesh and Vichy Anand. And by the way, it's a kind of a nice moment to reflect on the fact that we're mid-tour in the Grand Chess Tour. We've just finished the Rapids, and let's remind everybody where we stand in the Grand Chess Tour standings.
So currently, Wesley So is leading the Grand Chess Tour, and Duda is in the second place, Fabi in third, but if we take a notice at the events played,
Exactly.
Fabi has more chances, right?
Exactly. Well, he's going to get more than 2 points, so he will certainly bounce past Wesley. And again, for Duda, Duda's playing in his third event, which also explains why he has so many points. But these are the Grand Chess Tour standings midpoint, and I want you to get in on this, Miro. 3 rounds of Blitz. What's the trends?
What's the trend? Well, there is a man who said, yeah, I'll score a lot, and he does. That's pretty much it, yeah. Well, lots of ups and downs, but you know, you have to be strong and lucky. That's what Magnus does, yes. So far, seems unstoppable.
Very good. And the loss by Firouzja, though, so close to 2,900. There's something special about that. I have the feeling, though, that in his career as a Blitz world champion, that Magnus passed the 2,900 barrier as a Blitz player, not as a classical player, but as a Blitz player.
At some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. When you score something like 10 out of 11.
But so few players in the world have ever passed 2,900. So
Exactly.
special.
As we get ready for this round 4. By the way, tell me, our marquee matchup is going to be
We have to
Magnus
watch the leader.
Saric?
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen will be our key match, and
Nepo, maybe, versus
Nepo.
Duda? Or do you like Fabi versus Firouzja?
I like them all.
I know. We can only focus on 1, 2, 3.
I think our backup will be Nepo.
Okay, good. Magnus versus Ivan Saric. It's going to be our marquee matchup for sure as we get ready for this round 4.
Players don't really have a lot of time to rest and prepare for the next round. They just have to keep going.
That's what I wanted to ask, by the way. Do they talk to their coaches or trainers in between the games? I mean, obviously they're
Most
not
likely.
allowed to consult computers or anything like that, but they are able to, between the game, talk to their coaches. Am I right on this, Miro?
I think you are.
Yeah.
Right, and I remember some tournaments when you have a second of a player who would be as well, like very strong grandmaster. I remember MVL consulting Etienne Bacron.
Yes.
And after the Blitz game, he would immediately, jump and run and ask, and especially if it's like a match at the World Cup or something, so you have to play possibly one more game with the same color in like half an hour. So he would jump and run. What was the line he was playing?
As we see, Gukesh, generally he's one of the earliest players to arrive at the board, and I think that that's an incredibly good habit to have. 17 years young, but in my mind that shows a great deal of maturity to get there early, get into every tournament hall has its own special, I want to say, vibrations, the feelings, the noises, the staging, the lighting. And if you can get yourself comfortable with all of those things, it's going to reflect on your play.
And Gukesh is playing Anand again. So in the Rapid, when they played, that was the first time ever that they faced each other in a real tournament.
Exactly.
And Gukesh won. What are the chances?
Against a hero mentor.
Yeah.
That's really quite special.
Can he do it again?
We're about to find out, aren't we? Yeah.
But Anand just defeated Fabiano, so he is feeling confident.
Did you have that experience in your life that you had somebody who you really looked up to, and then, unbelievable to you, they were an opponent at the board?
Twice. It was Alexandra Kostyniuk and Nana Zagnidze, two extremely strong female players, grandmasters. I grew up watching their games.
Right.
And one day I was lucky enough to face them, and I won both games.
No way! So you pulled a Gukesh.
Yeah.
You beat your hero.
It's easier to play for me, of course,
Right.
and in this case for Gukesh.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. And for you, Miro, did you ever have that experience of growing up with somebody who was a hero in your mind and playing them remarkably
well,
enough?
not really a hero, because I grew up thinking Alekhine was the best, right? So I didn't have a chance. But yeah, I faced a few legend players, but guess what? Unlike Nazi's story, I've got destroyed every single time.
It wasn't a beautiful outcome, huh? As the players taking their seats and getting ready for round 4. 3 out of 3, Magnus. 2 out of 3 for Firouzja. And Magnus is playing Ivan Saric, and he's looking across the board and he's going, I want this victory streak to continue. Ivan Saric has not been playing the script because he had a chance against Magnus. He could have turned the tables in their rapid game. Are we going to see another King's Indian, Miro?
Well, depends on Magnus's move, I believe, because Saric is consistent in playing the King's Indian. So
Right.
if you play one d4, here you have it. And yeah, so Saric is not a, well, you know,
He's not going to back away.
Absolutely. And it won't be easy for Magnus, right? I mean, he had the winning position in Rapid and blew it up and even was close to lose.
No King's Indian.
No King's Indian for you.
Let's go with the Sicilian. Shall we play an open Sicilian? No, thank you. Bishop c4.
What is the name of Bishop c4?
I want to say the Grand Prix attack, but
That's if he plays
something.
knight c3.
Yeah, that could be some other inclusion. I'm not exactly sure if this has a name other than well, you put your bishop on c4, you avoid a lot of theory.
Just get a playable position, and that's what Magnus wants.
Yeah, to quote from the musical from America, a horse with no name. R, no. B5. Now that's just tossing it out there. I like it. D3, D4. So we've got our classical central pawn duo in the middle of the board. And Ivan is saying, you can have your classical pawn advantage. Nobody believes you. I'm not so sure he's right. I kind of like White's position, actually. Knight
You do?
D2. Yeah. I'm a kind of I like the space.
All right, can Black just start playing on the queen side all the way with a5?
Yeah, I was thinking that I wanted to play the move. Oops, excuse me. There was a trade of pawns. No, that's me.
No, they traded.
They
and
did. Okay.
Saric played rook c8.
Because I was trying to play a3, and then suddenly there was a pawn on d4, so the computer was updating the moves. Takes, rook c8. a5, there was something to be said for your space-grabbing idea. I was going to play a3 as a response because, you know, sometimes this knight jumping to b4 could be annoying, and I like the pawn on a3. Knight to f1, okay, that just opens up the bishop, but I've always attributed this maneuver to Karpov because he just played it so often, but of course it's not his maneuver. Pardon me, Nancy,
I thought
please.
Black, in typical positions, like I play this with Black as well, sometimes Sicilian, d5, e5, knight e4, I've seen that very often, right?
Exactly. But you're getting a French defense where you shut down your bishop. Queen c7, by the way, does prep knight a5. A moment ago, if you had played knight a5, I would have played bishop c2. Now with the queen on c7, I can't do that anymore. So I have to take knight a5 as a serious threat, is what I want to say.
So White can develop the bishop and then have an in-between rook c1 move.
Exactly. Bishop to d2, and then in case of knight a5, just as you were saying, there's the intermezzo, the Zwischenzug.
Should bishop go to d2 or f4 or g5? They all look good.
Right. I like d2. Bishop to d2, just to bring the rook to
I
c1.
like bishop f4 just so I don't have to calculate Black's d5 move.
And guess what? The
We're
third
both wrong.
alternative, Magnus broke the tie. I mean, I like d2, I liked f4, g5.
You might still go to one of those squares. There you go. He chose your move.
Okay, but you know, for me, Miro, when they play bishop g5, h6, bishop d2, it's like they're saying the move h6 is a mistake. I can't believe that's a
you are.
mistake.
I don't know if it is a mistake, but that's what white implies, right?
Exactly.
When he forces h7, h6.
And we do have knight
We'll
a5
see.
on the board, so rook c1, that intermezzo, because you'd like to preserve this bishop. You would like to play bishop c2, only it would cost you a piece in this exact moment. So rook to c1
Queen b6.
and bishop c2, knight c4, huh?
Yes.
Okay. But bishop c2, knight c4, I can force you to take the dark square bishop. Somehow I want to preserve the light square bishop. What has he done?
He took the knight on a5.
Immediately. He said, if the knight comes to c4, may capture the bishop, so let me get rid of the dark square bishop. Now with the pawn on h6, ideas of e5, queen d3, bishop here. Shades of the Fabiano game, where Fabi could never get queen b3, queen d3, and bishop c2
Yeah,
against Magnus.
His bishop ended up passively on f1. So,
Yeah, that was
but
an
Black will
aborted
play
attack.
on the open file double on c. So I don't think
How
White
about-
will manage bishop c2 here either.
Exactly. D5. You want to put your knight on F5. That's the ideal square. And well,
is
Saric
E5?
is saying, you're going to go knight F5. I'm going to play rook to C8 and bishop F8. And he's done that. Pause for just a moment, because here you're supposed to have your traditional H3, knight H2, knight G4 type of ideas. But we're certainly not there yet, are we?
Maybe just queen d3.
Where are we going after bishop F8?
I want to get to g3 later, but I will have to find a good square for my other knights.
I'm afraid that bishop is really
Oh.
too good. I
Did you see this move?
wanted to take on E7 and put the other knight to F5. I did not see knight takes E5. So a small tactical operation. He's trying to trade pieces, but he wants to open up his bishop on F7, bishop on B3 to hit F7.
So d takes e, d6, and can I just play rook d8?
Rook
Are
D8.
you going to sacrifice
Bishop
the
F7.
queen? King takes f7?
Queen B3 and takes the rook. What's the material count, by the way? I'm sacrificing a lot of pieces,
Maybe
right?
Miro can help us out?
Knight takes E5, Miro. Engine approved?
Engine approved, but then, yeah, the path is very narrow because you have to take the knight after d6, rook d8. White has to sacrifice the queen. Take on c7, take the knight, king f8, then take the rook. And it's equal if you find everything, and it goes on and on and on. Yes, a very sharp, very
He
critical
didn't find
moment.
rook D8, by the way. After the move D6, Ivan captured on D6. Queen takes D6, and this looks promising for white.
This is much better for white because of really the difference. This bishop on b3 now is a monster.
Exactly.
Knight h6 is another threat
Knight
too.
H6 is on tap. Knight E7 is on tap. But
4 different threats.
Exactly. But that whole operation with knight takes E5 was designed to open up the diagonal for the bishop. And again, this knight on F5 is looking very, very pretty. Clocks a factor.
Magnus has extra minute, so 2.5 against 1.5.
That's not a good thing. Bad position, and you're down on time. It's almost a desperate moment.
Yeah, I think Magnus is on his way to winning his 4th game in a row.
Well, he did something extraordinary earlier in the Grand Chess Tour in Poland, where he won 11 games. He lost 1, a couple of draws, but going +10 against this field. If you start out with 4 out of 4, he's in great danger of making a new personal best. That would be terrible.
For everyone
King
else, yes.
King H7 sidesteps knight takes H6, but okay. Queen takes, and you mentioned a while ago if I could
In a
play
very
queen,
different position.
a very different position. If I could play Queen G3, no, I was about to allow mate in 1. Can I capture because of Rook C1? But no, there is a threat of mate in 1, and he's on it. Is Magnus.
Right. It
Queen
looks like Queen
H4?
H4 looks very good.
Very tempting. Knight D6.
Also a good option.
Knight D6. Knight D6 might allow Knight E4. Unlucky.
Okay.
Unlucky. But Queen H4 threatening.
Queen H4, Knight. I don't want to play Knight G8.
No, that's not the way we
So
play
Knight
chess.
H5, I guess.
Well, then we go Knight D6 and life is good. It's almost like I go Queen H4. You have to take. I'll take on F6.
And take on E4
And
and
take on
pray
E4.
for.
Exactly. That you're. Oh, F7
F7
is
fine.
hanging. Oh. Queen H4 looks like a winner. It looks like a stone cold winner. And the clocks.
Magnus has 1 minute and 35 seconds against 49 seconds.
By the way, I'm just getting an update that Duda is much better against Nepo, and that's an important for our standings, of course. And Firouzja, better.
Also better against Fabi.
Well,
So
2
in
out
the
of 3
Blitz,
for Firouzja.
after each round, the standings are changing
Yeah,
completely.
yeah, shifting sands is what I want to say. But Queen H4, that's a nasty move. Ivan Saric facing a dual threat of Queen takes H6.
Down to less than 20 seconds as well.
And he doesn't want to play Knight G8 because Knight G8 would allow Knight to D6. And,
So he
well,
goes
the Knight...
H5.
Ooh, this feels really offsides as well. Knight D6. And it almost feels like there should be a tactical solution. Not that we need it. We're material ahead.
Yeah, we can just play Rook D1 and enjoy our winning position.
Yes, we can. Yes. I also was kind of tempted by Rook E3 and Rook E1. More of a...
E5.
Yeah, with ideas of E5 and
I
E6.
guess we can play E5 immediately as well.
And making Luft with H2, H3 is not bad. Okay, Queen D6. Yes, Bobby Fischer would take the bishop and just, that would be the nail in the coffin, From Bobby's point of view, Bobby loved the bishops. So for him, knight takes B7. For those of us who like strong-looking knights, we might just play Rook to D1.
Yes. We can play Rook D1 and keep Knight B7 as an option.
By the way, not to be too critical, because I do feel that Magnus is completely winning, but the move H2, H3 was kind of soft.
I wonder what he's preparing with H3. He
Yeah.
definitely has some idea.
I really think that E5 would have been much better, just stopping Queen B4. The Queen's out of play.
Yeah, White's Queen on H4 is a little uncomfortable right now.
And now we see Rook E3, A3. Yeah.
Oh, E3 is nice in between move.
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise we would be losing a piece.
Did
right?
you like the words intermezzo or Zwischenzug or in between move?
I can't say the first two, so I go with in between.
Zwischenzug. And by the way, we do have a breaking result as Vichy came back against Gukesh to win the game.
Got
Bishop
his
takes
revenge.
F7. And Magnus...
Oh, nice, Queen D8.
Oh, that's a really
Now Rook's
pretty...
coming in to the
really
7th
pretty
rank.
combination.
Rook C1 now would win, right?
Yep.
Well, Rook D6 was played, probably also winning.
But I think
D8.
Rook C1 was a little bit more convincing. I'm
It's
not
Queen
sure.
B7, so...
Yeah.
And then Queen D6, it was winning, yes.
E5.
They both have 6 seconds. Is Magnus still winning? Because Black does have 2 pieces.
But they're ugly. But they're ugly pieces, right?
And we just heard that Magnus is not winning anymore. Ivan played last move with 1 second.
Oh.
Twice, actually.
And what about Magnus?
96 was... There was a fork.
Oh,
I'm
with no
pretty
time
sure
on
there
the
was
clocks.
a rook hanging on D8, but
I
they have 3
think
seconds,
you're right.
so...
E7?
What is going on? F4.
E7? No, he doesn't play E7. How do you resist? Oh, the queen was hanging. Apologies.
H4.
Yeah, I was about to say, get that pawn to E7. The knight on F5.
Oh,
What's the
nice,
clock
going
time?
to G3, 5 seconds each.
Oh, what a
Knight.
move! Knight had to come back to
G7.
G7. Queen F5.
They're
Okay,
repeating.
repeating once, but then can't you play Rook C8? Yes.
Queen D7.
Queen C7. And there, Queen e5?
Engine's probably laughing on every move.
Oh, but with no time on the clock. Queen.
Magnus is so tricky.
Somebody is going to freeze. And he's Queen e5?
Oh.
Oh no, that loses a piece.
And Magnus has done it again.
And there he, oh. But it was the clock that was the crucial factor. What game is currently going on? What's happening in Richie's game? Richie
It's the only
versus
game left.
Constantin. Rook ending.
By the way, Firouzja defeated Fabiano.
Ooh,
It's a
big result.
Big result. And Nepo won his game, so.
It looks like Richie. It's certainly better. Is he winning? I think he is. I mean, when you look at the very active white king, I would be stunned if it wasn't winning.
It should be, yes,
Rook
but no
e5.
one here has time for accurate moves.
Exactly. Maybe a check first and then take the
Rook
pawn on
a5.
f5 because you're doing it with a tempo.
Took f5.
You're threatening mate.
I see that Miro shaking his head, so I feel like they're making a lot of inaccurate moves.
Okay, it's sometimes the engine is a detriment. I mean, it's about the clock and.
Wait, so you have two extra
King
pawns,
c7, yeah, should be winning.
but
c6,
c6.
and then something like.
Is it winning? Because you can't move your king. I immediately bring my rook out with the tempo.
That is true, but king to c6, king to c8. Yes,
Oh,
this should
he
be.
managed to. But now you're losing the f pawn.
Whoa.
Oh, now it's an easy draw, right? Well, not easy. King e3.
Well, why did he? Okay. King b8,
Oh, this
rook
rook
b1.
Very nice.
Yeah, it wasn't intuitively clear.
Oh
right?
no, he should have gone king e3. He went too far. He went king e5.
Okay, now we
Now
can
it's
queen.
winning. Is it? Even
Check.
this is unclear. Do I keep the 8? We need a table base here. Is this winning?
Yes, I'm quite convinced it's an easy win.
Oh, he flags. So.
He flagged. Whew.
What a game.
Wow, check at the end. I'm pretty sure it was a table base win, but we'll have to double check there. Again, we have a very eventful round with decisive results on all 5 games.
All 5 games.
Right.
2 rounds in a row.
With Magnus 4 out of 4, Vichy beats Fabi.
Nepo won, Firouzja won, and Richard won.
Over to you, Miro. Fill in the gaps because another eventful blitz round.
Well, pretty much everything you were watching at the very end was just, not exchange of blows or even moves, it's exchange of mistakes. And it was so hard to keep up. Final position in Rapport Lupulescu. White win, Lupulescu flagged, but white wins by literally every move apart from queen c3. You can just play and black has to go and he has to leave the rook. I wanted to quickly show a few moves in Gukesh Anand because it was a fascinating game indeed. Well, first of all, this is one picturesque position in the center where it turns out, according to Engine, you don't have to take anything. I mean, you have to keep the tension. And then the very next slide is here, c5. Gukesh had to move the bishop away. He went for a brilliant sacrifice, in fact. Takes on g7, e5, queen h5. White is brilliant, h7's hanging. And if Anand would play knight g6, there is a beautifulest of all tactics here. Queen h6 check. That's the only but sufficient way to continue the attack. Queen h6 check. If the queen is taken, it's a checkmate in 2. It's really beautiful, this queen h6. I wonder if Gukesh had seen it. But what he has missed is f7, f5. And this is the coolest reply ever, after which Vichy managed to convert it. And the very end, I think Gukesh overlooked. Well, this was the moment. So Gukesh just played rook 8 e1, pinning the bishop. And then after knight e4, too many white pieces hanging, so couldn't really do anything. Very exciting round with all games decisive. So, few words to Cristian and Anastasiya on the other games.
Absolutely madness here in Zagreb. Each and every game is back and forth. Anastasiya, which game were you watching?
I was checking the game of Fabiano Caruana, who doesn't have really great tournament so far. He came as a co-lead, one of the leaders, yes, and then something went really wrong. But this was one of the critical moments of the game, him against Alireza Firouzja. And here, I mean, you can see the opposite castling, and all the pawns are going forward. This is a very normal situation. And I was surprised with this decision to play g5 here, like you close the position. Maybe he could have kept the position not so close. Instead of g5, he could maybe try to play 4, stopping for the moment the attack of black and wait for what will happen. Maybe he didn't like this idea, and then rook h4, but he could have played like something like g5.
You have to give up some pawns to
exactly.
Checkmate, right?
Yes, because the king on f8 is definitely not having a great time, right, compared to the king on b1. So I was checking this position back and forth and came to the conclusion that probably this was his best chance, maybe to play a4 and stop the counterplay of black. He didn't do so, and allowing Alireza to push a4 and then exchanging the queens. And after that, they came to this ending, which, you know, step by step, Alireza managed to win. You know, he simply outplayed Fabi, and at one point,
it doesn't look that good for Fabiano.
And you know, for example, at this moment, if you play rook e1 and next move you have to go rook h1, things definitely didn't go the way you wanted, right, at this ending. So already this position was worse for Fabi, and I must admit that Alireza never gave him any chance to escape after that. He just simply converted it in a very nice way.
Absolutely, and he dropped below 2,900. Maybe after this game he's back around 2,900.
We will keep an eye on this, yes.
Again, and I was watching this game between Jan and Krzysztof Duda, and I have to say this was a complete mess. Jan was doing well up until somewhere around this point where he started losing the advantage after this move f4, strategical advantage, because after take on e5 and rook to g6, all of my pieces are finding their good squares in the position, and as we will see, the good trades, bishop takes d1, now I'm having a very nice knight coming to f5, a lot of control over the light squares, and your bishop on d2 is not great at all. This is a better position, better endgame for black, but once the bishop gets activated, white is getting his own chances. And to be honest, still, black is better, a pawn up in the position. Not enough compensation, but some compensation. And then he made a huge, huge mistake at this point. Black, that is, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, bishop to e3, h3. This is already a step in the wrong direction. Knight to e6, and now, huge mistake. Knight to g5, g2 was the correct decision. It's not easy to play g2 because after king to e5 you have to understand that you just simply have to defend.
Oh my gosh.
You defend passively. This is a very difficult thing to do, especially with low time on the clock. But the pawn on g2 is going to give you enough compensation for the position. Most likely this position is more or less equal after knight to g5, king e5. This is just simply game over. King to e4, I'm going to take on f6, exchange everything, and I'm going to push my pawn c6, c7, and he actually resigned in this position. Critical game for the standings, by the way, guys, and take a look at the standings. Who is in the lead, you might ask? Well, it is Magnus Carlsen in the lead, and he is definitely pushing the pedal right now. 15 points, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I told you, very important, crucial victory from a losing position, 14.5, and Fabiano, unfortunately, as you were mentioning, is not having the greatest of days in a blitz, but round 4 or round 5, I lost count. Anastasiya is coming up shortly. We will go on a short commercial break and we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Gukesh, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. Finally, you're here. You're the youngest participant, and it's your first time. Are you looking forward for this event?
Yeah, for sure. This Grand Chess Tour is one of the most prestigious events in chess, and making my debut is really special for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And also it's special for your fans. And I was wondering, since which age do you remember actually about the existence of Grand Chess Tour? When did you start to follow the events of Grand Chess Tour? Do you remember any specific event?
I think I started like a few years back. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I do follow all the events, and especially since like Grantchester has like most of the top 10 players, so many strong players. It's of course a nice event to follow, and I mean, especially in Zagreb there was a very nice event which Magnus dominated in 2019. That event I remember quite well.
Yeah, that's great. And also this event is very special also because Viswanathan is playing here,
Yes.
right? And you're going to play together in the same tournament. Have it ever happened before? And what are you thinking about it, the fact that you play together with Vishy?
Yeah, of course we've interacted a lot, we've trained together, we've played some training games, but this is going to be my first time in a tournament game actually, and yeah, I can't be more excited for it.
Yes, I mean 3 games with Vishy. I mean,
Yeah.
were you dreaming about it before?
I mean, at the start I couldn't even dream about it, but yeah, I've always wanted to play him in a tournament game, and have an opportunity here. This is going to be like a lot of fun, and yeah, hopefully we'll play some very nice games.
Yeah, we hope so too, for sure. And I was also wondering, what was your preparational routine over these years? I know that you were not using for some period computers. I mean, how new technologies affected your preparation, and do you use it right now?
Yeah, till the pandemic started, I wasn't really working with computers, but after that I'm working with computers regularly, and I mostly use them for openings and like, I mean, preparation for this tournament. It's been just some openings and puzzles and playing games, etc.
Yeah. And my last question, you know, in this event and in many others from the young age, you have to play against really strong opponents, higher rated, and, you know, many kids, many young players, they have this fear to play with higher rated, stronger opponents. How do you fight with those fears? I mean, what do you tell to yourself? I mean, how do you go through all this?
I guess I'm experienced enough not to like fear stronger opponents. I mean, I used to do that when I was very young, but I guess I've gotten used to it now.
How do you get this self-confidence?
I guess once you start beating opponents, beating higher rateds, it's just, I guess it's just experience.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, just start beating them and you feel much better and more confident, yes. So thank you so much, and very appreciate your answers, and all the best of luck in your first GCT event.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello and welcome back. Our standings after a very eventful Blitz, 4 rounds of Blitz.
Right, Magnus is unstoppable. He won another game and is
4 in
leading
a
the
row.
tournament. In the second place, Nepomniachtchi. And look at those guys. They're 2 points and 1.5 points ahead of third place, which is Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly. And our pairings for this 5th round coming up, very exciting on board 1.
Anand against Carlsen. Between those two, they have 10 world championships.
Classical.
Yes.
And that will be our marquee matchup. But board 2, Firouzja versus Gukesh.
That will be our backup.
Absolutely.
And Lupulescu will be playing Caruana. Duda facing Rapport, and Saric against Nepomniachtchi.
Very unlucky Ivan Saric. Nepo will be looking to win with the black pieces, and our producers were kind of impressed by the body language of the players between, oops, I apologize for that, but there's going to be a special coming up. We saw this game between Magnus and Ivan Saric, where the point was like a hot potato, Miro, that was getting passed around a great deal. And maybe, oh, here it is. Here comes the body language. Forget about the moves for just a second. Just look at the bodies.
Now he knows he's in trouble.
I like the
And Magnus, he says that he's...
And Magnus let out, he was holding his breath. Look, Miro, how many times did the victory get tossed back and forth in that game?
Well, I've lost count. I know Saric was winning on 2 occasions for sure.
Right.
And you can only imagine how many times it went from Magnus being winning to equal. So that was really back and forth exchange.
And the point there was it was really seconds. They were both playing on the increments, and it was, well, topsy-turvy all the way. As we get ready for this round 5 pairings, I want to say Vichy Anand, you know, he started incredibly well, and then he kind of drifted a little bit. But thus far, I mean, Vichy, you know, he just beat Gukesh. Well, earlier I meant
And before he beat Fabi.
And he beat Fabi, which goes to show on any given moment, Vichy can outduel the very best. Now, he will be up against the very best, against Magnus. And I have to say, the last few years, it's almost been kind of a hex that Magnus has over Vichy. He needed to win. Magnus needed to beat him in the Rapids, and he did.
Yes.
And then there was this wonderful game in the Global Chess League that was just played in Dubai, where Magnus probably won the end game of his life.
He under-promoted.
Under-promoted. Oh, that was just the stalemates. It was gorgeous as the players get ready for round 5.
But the player who is having a tough day today is Fabiano. He just lost 2 games in a row.
Oops.
And yeah, it's going to be tough to come back.
My pick, Duda, I mean, he's getting good positions. He had a good position with Magnus, he had a good position with Nepo, but he's not getting the results. Sometimes it just happens that way, Miro. You get the good positions, but you don't get the results. You get the bad positions, but then you get the results.
Well, you get entertaining positions and win them, and then you are Richard Rapport, who has won 2 games in a row in a very, very, funky fashion, I want to say.
Oh, really? Okay. The games are underway. Let's jump to the game of Vichy versus Magnus as one E2, E4. Vichy, his whole life, has been an E4 player, and guess what? We've got a Caro. With
Knight F3
I'm
and
very
D3.
surprised that Vichy went for this ending, because I've never felt uncomfortable as black in this ending, I want to say.
It's been popular recently.
Whoa, G5. Okay. That is some kind of very, very special prep, because you want to play G4 and you want to play Bishop H6. I think that part is a little bit obvious, but wow.
And G4.
Yeah, he's going for his setup.
Breaking all the rules.
Yeah, but Bishop D3. Well, your king is on D1, but Bishop D3, that's a very strange move to my mind, because it's like a magnet. It's inviting Knight D7, Knight E5, which is where I want to go. Why would you put your bishop in harm's way?
Miro, could you share any insights about this opening?
G5.
Yeah, well, sorry to disappoint you, but all known, G5 is the best move, engine confirmed. G4 is the rare move, but still exists. And then the position we have is already fresh and obviously equal according to the machine.
I'm kind of partial to black, actually. He just took the 2 bishops. He played knight takes d3, c takes d3. He's followed up with bishop e6. If I get to play bishop takes c4, there's, some weak squares in White's camp, so you might have to move your knight.
Even if we don't get to play bishop c4, the pawn on d3 is a backward pawn, and we have 2 bishops, so I think black is preferable.
Yeah, from an opening perspective, I think black will feel like Magnus will feel pretty good. King e2, by the way, on the board. Defending d3, sidestepping issues that might occur on the d file. King e2 on the board. Bishop to g7.
Probably.
What you were saying about the 2 bishops. Yeah.
We'll see probably bishop e3.
Right. Bishop e3. Eyeballing the a pawn, just making it that much
Black
more.
can still castle short.
Yes. I'm a little bit partial to h5 and grabbing more space over there, unless the move knight a5 is a disruptor.
That could be quite unpleasant. Yes.
Right.
So maybe black needs to prepare for knight a5.
Okay.
How would we do that?
Well, he's played knight d7. I don't know exactly why that would stop knight a5. I'm not sure I'm threatening to take this pawn, by the way.
Maybe I can castle long, because if you take on a7, your bishop should be trapped.
But you know, when you're playing against somebody who you just know will take the pawn, it's you double check, right?
b6, knight c6, king b7.
Take the rook and take on b6.
So you have
I get 3 pawns.
Oh, 3.
I took a7,
b7,
c6,
okay.
and b6.
Yeah,
so it's kind of funny. Okay, rook on a1 to c1. So at a certain moment you might, he played f5. I was about to say at a certain moment you might start to play bishop takes c4 followed by knight e5, but he did play f5.
Makes sense. He has 2 bishops. He wants to open up the diagonals.
Well, again, if I'm in white shoes, the move that definitely has my attention is knight a5. I suppose the idea behind rook c1 is you might go for a minority attack based on b4 and b5 now that you've supported your knight. But f5...
should we take on f5 or not touch it?
I don't know. I'll leave it for the moment. Kind of leave it up for,
He took.
Commentator's curse, the moment I took a stand. Knight e4, by the way, Vichy was looking at knight d6. Magnus said, I see you. I see your fork, and I'll get out of it. Castle's short. And first impressions are...
Black is looking good.
Black's looking good. Two bishops and the king on e2. Right now, the king on e2 is not in any real danger, but, it's still in the center. It's going to... Black is going to start to open up the files. Now, here was a question. Would you take with a pawn?
I don't think so. Well,
Well,
the idea
but
of
think
a
of it,
5f4,
yeah, right, exactly. Taking with the pawn is counterintuitive. It's something that you don't want to do until you start to see, well, if I ever get to play f5, f4, that king could be in the center. Okay, I might lose the pawn on b7, but takes on, and Magnus is thinking about it.
I think all 3 options are very good. Rook
Rook takes.
Bishop takes, and pawn takes.
Once again, now that you've had a chance to reflect, would you... No, he took with the bishop. I was about to try to do my Jedi mind trick on you there and get you to take with the pawn. Bishop takes f6.
So knight a5 is still looking good, right?
We've been thumping the table for so long.
And we have it on the board.
The problem, I think, with knight a5 is now black's just in time to play conveniently rook d8.
With a tempo.
Threatening bishop d3 check. And if you guard that pawn, then rook b7, rook d7
and
guards.
that allows rook d3.
Bishop d3, yeah, bishop d3
Why
check.
not rook d3? That's also an option, right?
True that. Sorry. Whenever I see an opportunity to gain a tempo, I look at it first. So I was looking at the checks first, but you're right. Rook takes d3 definitely is a playable move because...
Probably can't play rook c6.
He's done it, as you've suggested. Rook takes d3. Rook takes c6. What did you want to say, Nasi?
I feel like there should be a tactic after rook c6, but...
It's too early to discover what it might be. Probably as simple as rook b3. Just hitting the pawn and ideas of check on the second rank.
White king is actually not that great on e2.
It looked like Vichy was reaching for his knight to bring his knight back into civilization, knight to c5, but there is this move rook a3, and those bishops are controlling
but
an array
problem
of
for
squares.
black is that rook on a8. It's very passive.
Is it time to play a5?
Oh, wait, I like a5.
It does a lot, right? Suddenly this rook on a8 that is inactive. Okay, we have to look at the ramifications of b5, but I think a5, rook b8.
Rook b8, similar idea, just bring in the rook in the game. But do I have knight d7 now, forcing some exchanges?
First of all, the answer was yes. I thought that knight d7 was actually a very good move in order to get rid of this dark square bishop. But rook c4, something to be said for it as well. I mean, it's not like knight d7 and checks. You've got a convenient way of handling a check. The king.
Magnus is slightly down on the clock, just slightly. A minute and 36 for Magnus and minute 44 for Anand.
Knight d7 again. Sure looks attractive. Vishy thinking maybe knight a6? Oh, the pawn on a4 is still hanging. Sorry, I was going pawn hunting there with knight a6 and rook c6 and bishop a7, but the pawn on a4 is still hanging. Clock's a factor?
Not yet.
Not
They
yet.
have more than 1 minute.
But this is the thing. This is like it's already a 20-second thing. And Vishy's reaching for his knight. I think he wants to play knight to d7.
The problem here
Yes.
is there's too many moves, and that's not a good thing when you're playing a blitz game.
Sometimes you want just a very narrow path. Check king e1. Again,
But he
give me
manages
the
to
rook.
exchange. Oh, is there rook takes b4 here?
Bishop takes what? Ooh.
Rook before bishop c3?
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know if it works.
Whoa. Bishop to e6. Idea of rook takes, rook takes?
If knight b8, just bishop c4, okay. So rook c6, rook takes b4, I think.
I'm pausing
Getting
because
tricky.
it certainly is that. It is getting tricky, but I'm pausing because rook f4 is also kind of attractive. He's gone for rook c6, but he's allowed this rook takes b4, and that bishop on f6 is doing a great job at defending the king. Rook takes a7. Vishy's saying, do your worst. Whoa.
Oh, there's a blunder. Miro's giving me a hint. Bishop d4 is winning here for black.
He's spotted it.
Of course, Magnus
On the,
played it in just 3 seconds.
exactly,
Incredible.
because you want to play rook check, but bishop d4, you have rook c1. So if you can get rid of the bishop, bishop to d4, and now rook takes g2, and suddenly,
He's picking up all the pawns.
yes, exactly, it's a harvest suddenly. This pawn, and for the moment, the black king is really safe. Again, I mentioned it at the start of the round. Magnus somehow has a hex, a voodoo thing going, and
There we go. Magnus wins 5th
Four-
game in a row.
4 seconds, and Vishy said, I've seen enough. Let's jump to the game of Firouzja,
It's board 1.
board 1, and he's up against the 17-year-old phenom from India, Gukesh.
Still a lot of pieces on the board, but white looks preferable. Yeah, better pawn structure, more active pieces.
Yeah. It's funny. In the classical jargon, it was this idea that white has a protected pass pawn. And we used to think highly of these pawns on d5. In modern chess, I've noticed that less and less players are saying that it's such a great advantage that the pawns can be blockaded. By the way, Richie.
He just defeated Duda with the black pieces. Sorry, yes, sir.
My pick. I'm telling you, Jan is getting great positions, just not the results. Gukesh.
And in tournaments like this, it's the result that matters.
Exactly, exactly.
So they're down to less than 15 seconds both. Can white break through somehow? Or does black have a fortress? Rook c2, so now black can play rook a5.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that was
this
not rook
last
a5, so now queen b5. Gukesh allowed pawn exchange, but this is looking good for Firouzja.
1 second. He just made it with 3 seconds. So he was down to 1. Again, you get a 2-second
Oh, but black's king is
bonus.
in trouble. Queen b7 now, or queen d7?
Queen d7, threatening mate on h7.
Oh,
You
and-
have to go queen g8.
What's
And
the winning tactics
f6
here? Queen-
is
oh,
hanging.
Yeah, Firouzja winning
Threatening
his game.
mate on g5 and the
he won.
handshake. 4 out of 5 for
4 out of
Firouzja?
5.
Could have been 5 for 5. What do we have remaining?
We have
Nepo.
Saric and Nepo playing.
Let's jump to it. And wait a minute.
Saric has
Saric
a piece.
extra piece.
For a pawn, 2 connected passers.
But this last move, rook c5, he's ready to meet f3 with bishop g3.
But
so,
if g4, are you fast enough?
well, that's the question. g4 check and rook.
Rook a4, sneaky.
Okay.
5, rook e4.
But
The
we're-
g3 pawn is kind of unstoppable.
well, we do
bishop
have
e6.
we do have bishop. Whoa, that is a challenging move. Whoa.
I
Okay,
would
he
need
wants to
20 minutes
take
to calculate this.
exactly and a4, and he's relying upon his he's relying upon his bishop to. Okay, but hold on.
g2, bishop b6.
King
Who
a5.
goes first? Is it equal? Oh yes, we both promote, and white has pawn on c2. But it's black to move, so. Okay, this should be a draw.
Check on b1 should be enough
King
to make a
c3.
draw. Yeah. Check.
Well, I wouldn't say a draw in blitz. with-
Exactly.
with
11
10
seconds. 11 seconds. Oh, yeah. Check, check. Yeah, that's just the familiar
Okay, there's
checkmating
definitely
pattern,
a
queen
perpetual
b4.
here.
Yeah. And the players have agreed to a draw. Any other game remaining, Fabi?
Fabi
Let's
is still
jump.
playing?
Constantin.
4 seconds.
Hold on, that's a pass pawn on the b2, 1 square from coronation. And
Oh.
Fabi says, give me another queen. And there's a mate on h1.
Yeah,
Oops.
game over, Fabi wins.
Wow.
We had almost all decisive results again, only one draw.
Who drew?
Nepo.
With the one we just
Yeah.
saw, the draw. But, well, Magnus is unstoppable. Magnus is looking just regal as he's carving his way through the field with 5 out of 5. Magnus cementing his lead. But Firouzja,
Close, 4 out of 5.
Nepo made a draw in a position he was a bishop down. Miro, fill in the gaps. What happened?
Well, you tell me. I mean, a lot of stuff. Richard Rapport, a man who I've mentioned right before the start of this round, right? He has won yet another game, this time against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and what a game that was. Arika in defense, once again. I think it was played against the Gukesh, right, in round 1, and didn't go as planned, but this time it worked marvelous. Right, I guess this is a very typical position for this line, and then f4 is something you shouldn't be doing. Okay, it's very ambitious, you know, block the center, but then Richard comes up with a5, a3, takes, and b5. And then it's a pawn sacrifice, but if you capture it, just look at, like, white randomly shuffled his pieces over the board, and black has more than sufficient compensation after queen b6. So Duda continued in a very ambitious fashion. I will, you know, strangle you. I will not let you play. But Rapport keeps finding squares for his pieces, and especially after this rook a4, you start to understand, yeah, black's going to double, will play g6, bishop g7. That's what happened in the game eventually. And yeah, somewhere around this point, it's already evident that it's black who is playing for a win. And then we are getting to this moment when they both were on, like, very short on time, like maybe 10 seconds. And they've exchanged a couple of blunders here. f5, g takes, and then e takes was stronger, but how would you know? e5, and then white had a move to kind of come back into the game with rook g1. Once again, not an easy move to spot, right? But you are pinning black's pieces, and then if, say, black captures on d4, then you do something along the lines of king h1, and then all of a sudden it's you who's attacking. And instead, Duda captured the pawn on e5, and this happens to be a crucial mistake, because now knight to g4, and if you take the knight, it's knight to f4 winning the queen, and after knight g4, queen b3, rook c2 just wins. You take back, and you lose the queen anyway.
Nice.
So nice game by Rishi, who is, I don't remember if he won more, but certainly 3 out of 3.
Right.
Right, and Nepo's game was also, you know, I mean, if I would tell you that it started like this, an absolutely, you know, symmetrical, dry endgame, would you imagine that something like we've witnessed happen?
No.
Okay, there was a very, very topsy-turvy game. Yeah, let's ask Cristian. Maybe he has found something in those other games that were not covered.
Well, you guys did cover at the end of that game of Alireza, but Anastasiya, I will let you go first because you had quite an important game. That game between Lupulescu, who is definitely struggling in this event, and Fabiano, who just lost. He had to get back with a victory.
You're absolutely right.
Yes, what happened?
You're absolutely right. Of course, Fabio, after losing a couple of games today, he really needed some luck, and he got it today because Lupulescu was absolutely outplaying him. Look at this position, which is on the board. After the opening, you can see that Fabio left with two weaknesses on b6 and d6, and the position really looked not so great. Actually, Constantin could have played something like d5, a very interesting move, opening his bishop also. Beautiful and whatever you take on d5, beautiful move, you know, whatever you take, you always end up in the worst position. I will not go into details. What I want to say that, okay, all the way he was better, and like he grabbed the pawn on d6, and let's say white is doing really good, but then they came to the point when both of them had like 5 seconds on the clock, and it was all about time and who is playing faster, and Fabi turned out to be a better player in Blitz. And I just want to show one interesting moment when things seemed to be better for Fabiano. He played this move, rook c4, and tried to find now the move for white. Cristian?
D5.
Again D5.
Yeah.
You see, it's second time in this game D5, and black is losing immediately the rook. Yes, that's a win, yeah, that's a win. So again, Constantin Lupulescu had really great chance, but black is on the Fabi's side right now.
It's very similar to what happened in the rapid portion. It was exactly the same. Fabiano had a losing position, then it was a draw, and then unfortunately Lupulescu in the last few seconds. It's all about those last few seconds. It's all about
time. Yes, yes, yes.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what happened in that game that you guys caught the end of between Alireza and Gukesh. Once again, a very important game because Alireza, this guy is warmed up right now. 4 out of 5. That's a very significant result. And let's take a look what happened. They play the English, e3, e5, and this is kind of a concession already. I'm giving black the center, I'm giving black potentially the advantage out of the opening, but at the same time, once you play the move e5, you also weaken some light squares in the center, specifically that square d5. And as white, I'm going to try to take advantage of that. We see queen to b3, solidifying the control over d5, and d3, g3, getting the bishop on the long diagonal, all about this square d5. And by the way, I'm not saying that for no reason. As you will see in just a second, it was the whole game all about that square d5.
So it's positional.
It's a completely positional game, yes. Bishop to f5, this was the critical moment. f4, white is attacking and trying to open up the center, and the king side, black is trying to do something and get more space on the queen side. As we see a5, take, knight to e4, knight to f6, and after the move rook to d8, e4, this is the critical.
Yes, like completely cementing. Yes,
where is he trying to get the bishop?
On d5?
On d5, exactly. But right now, this move, bishop to g7, is just simply too passive. What he had to do, Alireza, at this point, is to understand that it is now black who is attacking on the king side. It doesn't sound like the correct idea, but as you can see, after bishop to g5, and this is not an easy move to make because right now the bishop on b2 doesn't have a counterpart on the long diagonal, so this looks visually dangerous. But what you can do, with tempo, queen to e2, bishop to h3, that's another tempo on the rook. You have to defend against that. And then I'm going to go
d4?
Either rook to d6 or rook to d... I see where your mind is. No, rook to d4 is very nice, but I'm going to just simply cage that rook with... I'm not going to capture it. I'm going to cage it with the move bishop to d5. So what you want to do actually is go king to h7, followed by rook to f8, and then f5. You're the one attacking on the king side. You have the two bishops on g5 and h3, and despite the fact that that bishop is going to be very beautiful on d5, it doesn't have a target. After rook to f8, f5, beautiful bishop on d5. Unfortunately, my bishops close to your king are very, very dangerous and perhaps decisive. He missed that opportunity went into a very passive approach with bishop to g7. And unfortunately, I have to say, at this point, it is only white that's playing for a victory, because if you do take on d5, you're creating a passed pawn for white. You're also creating a weakness, the pawn on c5, which Alireza, as you guys saw in those last few moments, took full advantage of. Important victory for Alireza, and right now he's keeping close to Magnus. In fact, let's take a look at the standings, perhaps, if we do have them. We know that Magnus is leading the tournament, but we're actually going to go back to St. Louis and we're going to show the standings from there. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. In fact, let's take a look at before we came in today, the rapid chess results. Let's remind everybody what the situation was. I mean,
right,
we had a tie for first.
After 3 days of rapid, there was a tie for first between Fabiano and Nepomniachtchi.
With Magnus clearly in third.
And now let's see what's happening today after 5 rounds of Blitz.
Magnus is in clear first,
Well, it's
not even
interesting
close.
that the top 3 are still the same players.
That's true.
But they've changed the order.
Definitely.
So now Magnus is in the lead and Nepos in the second and Fab is in third.
And let's take a look at the upcoming pairings for round 6.
And 2 leaders
Wow.
playing each other,
Wow.
Carlsen against Nepo.
That's a marquee matchup right there, if ever saw one.
Rapport will be playing Saric, Caruana playing Duda, Gukesh Lupulescu, and Anand Firouzja.
That's our backup as we're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side for round 6 of the Blitz.
Jan, welcome back to Croatia. You were here in 2021. What kind of memories do you have from that times?
Yeah, I think it was mostly good memories. I mean, my tournament was so-so. I finished short 4th, I think, or 5th with Jan Nepomniachtchi, if memory serves well. But I mean, in that very tournament, I won 2 games. I mean, Blitz games against Kasparov, which was, of course, a very huge thing for me back then. And yeah, I mean, you know, I played good games, bad games, but in general, I was very happy with my performance here in Zagreb. So yeah, I'm looking forward, you know, repeating it.
Yeah.
I mean, but gaining better, you know, place in the end.
Yeah, that's important, yes. And actually, now that the last time I saw you was in Poland, and this dramatic last round, you know, when you played against Magnus, and I was just wondering, how did you feel after that event? And let's say, what happened after? Did you still analyze this game, or you just decided to forget about it and just enjoy the second place? Like, what were your feelings right after that Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, I was quite unhappy, to be honest, back then. Because usually, you know, when you are a professional chess player, there is usually about negative feedback. Because when you win because you are yourself. And when you lose, and especially when you feel you could, you know, do better, and or made some, you know, unforceful errors, then yeah, it can get very negative. And in my case, it was like purely. I mean, second place didn't make me happy at all because I was like leading in most of the tournament. But yeah, but objectively saying, I guess it was quite a good performance by me, and I'm looking to repeat it.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello and welcome back to our live coverage. It's been a very, very eventful 5 rounds of Blitz as we get ready for round 6. Magnus Carlsen has been on a tear. He's won every single game. But
Firouzja also not doing bad.
not doing very bad at all.
4 out of 5.
Yeah, and he's climbing up the ranks there. As you see the rapid scores, and you see with the current scores, they just add, that's what they've won in the Blitz.
Right, Magnus still leading the tournament, but Firouzja and Richard, after winning a couple of games in a row, they're sharing 4th now.
Absolutely. And here's what's coming up as far as the pairings for round 6. Oh, all important Magnus versus Nepo game, and the Vichy versus Firouzja game. That too is looking really good. Miro, jump in on the Blitz thus far.
Well, I'm impressed with Rapport as well, because, yeah, did the math. He has done as good as Firouzja with 4 out of 5. And recalling that he has lost in the first round today, that means 4 in a row.
Right. Yeah. I'm forcefully reminded of the comment by a chief arbiter, Hans Kamak. Bobby Fischer won the U.S. championship with a perfect score, 11 out of 11. And Hans Kamak congratulated the second place player, Larry Evans, for winning the tournament. Congratulations, Larry Evans, for winning the tournament, and congratulations, Bobby Fischer, for winning the exhibition. And it feels like Magnus is performing the exhibition as he just, at the lower right of your screen, shook the hand of Nepo, and Nepo's preparing. Now, you're sitting there in Nepo's shoes, and you're black against Magnus, who's been on a tear. Even if Magnus has had bad positions, he's won them. What is Nepo thinking?
Well,
like, how do I stop this guy, right?
Or maybe he's thinking, how do I survive this game?
Right. Okay, he's ready to play the Russian defense in case of e4. So,
and we're off.
Comes d4. And what are we going to do against the Catalan? Because that's coming up.
I want to point out Nepo's tattoo on all over his arm.
Yes. That's a new one for me too, right? Where is it? There we are.
Yes, we have another Catalan.
So a Catalan, right now we haven't, yes, it's open Catalan with d5 takes c4, knight c3 right away. And pawn sacrifice. This line of the Catalan, I want to say, for me, Boris Gelfand has always been a player who's been very willing to sacrifice these pawns. Rook b8, prepping b5, queen e2.
So
well,
e4 is actually not the most common move. e3 was more frequently played.
Yeah, and rook d1. Now here, because our pawn is actually nicely on c4, you're often attracted to the move knight to b4, so that you can end up occupying the d3 square. But
I think White's prepared to meet that with knight e1.
Well, he's done it. Knight e1 or knight e5? Knight e1 does defend d3, but knight e5, I was ready to play knight d7 in case. And knight e1 on the board, okay, isn't this the, no, c5, dc5, queen c7, walks into bishop f4. I do have e5. I really want to play c5. And to recap.
Black has to be a little bit patient here before they can play c5, but what
help
are
me
some
out.
good
What
moves?
am I missing once again? c5?
I take.
Queen c7?
Bishop. Oh, you have e5.
That was my idea, yes.
On c5, immediately bishop f4.
Ah, that helps. So bishop b7. Wait a minute, whoa. Spidey senses.
E4.
Yeah, sorry. Knight takes b5, bishop takes e4, I think is good enough. Okay, this move does finally prepare the move
so
c5.
Bishop f4 now looks logical. Oh, he played
a3.
Knight c6. Oh, maybe now he can take on b5.
Looks logical. Why not? And he's done it. And then Nepo immediately looked at the sun like, wait a minute, have I messed things up? And Miro, has he messed things up?
Well, let me see.
Magnus, I mean, Magnus just grabbed the b5 pawn and Well,
Oh, black has.
Now, computer's not impressed, says a7, a6, and then if knight goes back, you can take on d4.
simple chess.
Right, so it has something like a6, d5, and, you know, a lot of mess.
long-winded variation thereafter. But a6, and Nepo just kind of stopped after knight b5, and it was like Nepo seemed to suggest that, oh, wait a minute, my preparation, everything went south.
Or maybe he was surprised that white can't take on b5. Because in the variation Miro suggested, if black grabs the d4 pawn, shouldn't that be great for black?
By the way, he did not play a6, he played bishop a6, and Magnus saw no reason why he had to retreat his knight. He played a4, sorry.
Magnus will be happy if Nepo exchanges the bishop for the knight.
Well, he's really dreaming, Magnus is dreaming, if he could get in the move queen takes e4, he's a really, really happy camper. That would probably just be winning, in fact. Bishop f4, threatening the pawn on c7, obliged black to capture on b5, and now that really takes the sting out of knight b3. Knight b3 is always going to be met by rook a7. So here it just feels like white is for choice. How do I really make
Played
it?
knight c2.
Knight c2. By the way, we're just being told that Firouzja is really winning nicely against Vichy. Knight c2, you couldn't take on b2. The rook had to defend the knight on a5. The idea was to play knight a3, knight takes e4, queen b8, so that knight a3. Exactly. Rook takes b2 on tap.
How do we continue? I like white's position, but you need the accurate moves.
I would think something like rook a4, because the idea is rook b2 is not on tap yet.
So what's your next move?
Well, I wanted to sidestep things like knight b3 so that I could play bishop to d2 and bishop to c3. That way I cover the pawn, but I don't want the knight to come with a tempo. So if I could go rook a4 and rook c4, I'm happy.
That looks
what
very
did he
interesting. He's still thinking.
Oh, sorry. I'm sitting there looking for the move and I can't figure it out.
I also like maybe d5, try to start opening things up. We do have the beautiful pair of bishops.
We do indeed. And the move
he
d5,
played d5.
Nicely.
I guessed
nicely.
Magnus as well.
One in a row?
I'm happy with that.
Well, I was trying to borrow a page from
Nepo,
right? One win in a row would be nice. Takes and e5, very... I've seen this tactic happen so often that you play d5, not with the idea of recapturing when the pawn can easily be blockaded, but to play e5 and force the knight to move. Knight to e4, not backing down.
That was probably the only good move.
Yeah, you don't want to allow white's two bishops to shine with a move like bishop takes d5, but knight e4, okay, bishop takes and queen takes e4. This knight's...
There's also some queen g4, knight d4, knight f5 ideas now. Because knight d4 comes with a tempo. If you take rook b2, queen g4, another tempo because knight on a5 is still hanging.
Yep, and then you've got knight f5.
But I am sacrificing a lot of pawns, so...
Yeah, but they're not your pawns. I like it. I mean, he went for the combination of your idea, but he included bishop e4.
Maybe
so
because
rook b2.
knight f2 was hanging with a tempo and queen's under attack. Yes.
Exactly. When your queen goes to g4, there is a knight takes f2 tempo. So knight to d4, rook takes, queen to g4, the knight is hanging, the knight goes to b3, the knight goes to f5.
Yep. There's also some knight c6 once the knight leaves, so...
Hello.
Yeah, this is...
That's a nice point, too.
Very sharp.
But it looks like Nepo is the one on the back foot here because this move, knight f5, is very disturbing. Rook is under attack, and the rook has to keep an eye on the pawn, a5 knight.
Maybe
Rook
he
b2,
should
queen g4.
sacrifice the exchange, play bishop c5, just try to get rid of that knight.
Give up the exchange and say it's all yours.
So after rook b2, queen g4, it might just be winning for white.
It looks terrible, actually. It looks terrible.
There's h5 after queen g4. That's an annoying in-between move.
So say it again. Rook takes
b2, queen g4, and h5.
And if I take it?
Well, now knight f5 is not that dangerous.
Still looks good, though, right? I understand what you mean. It's not threatening mate.
I can also have g6 with a tempo, so...
Fair. Nepo on the clock, under a minute.
Under a minute, yes. But this is a very critical moment. He needs to see that he has h5. Otherwise, he can't go for rook b2.
Exactly. Rook b2, queen g4, h5. That really, that move h5 really is annoying. It throws us off of our mojo.
Oh.
And he did play knight b3, so he is inviting knight c6 as well. Knight c6.
Knight c6, queen e8, queen takes c4?
Yes.
Because if you play rook c5, I have check and then take the knight.
The intermezzo. The Zwischenzug.
Very good for white.
Rook b6, and by the way...
Grabbing another pawn on a7.
There's a pawn on a7 that just got lopped off.
So even though white just took 2 pawns, materially it's equal.
Really?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. Shocking. It just feels like white denuded black. Queen takes e4 is on tap. Rook takes c7 is on tap. Potential of e6. And Nepo's running out of time as well. I mean...
Something we don't say often.
No, we don't. Queen e6, inviting. Queen takes e4. Not interested, said Magnus. I've got this beautiful passed pawn, and I've got rook d6. I think rook d6 is a dream move.
Yeah, he exchanged the queens very quickly because it's just a winning endgame, and he has no risk as well.
A 2-result game for sure. h4, h5.
And that knight on b3 is just so out of play.
It's playing a role. It is stopping the b pawn from running up the board, but on the other hand, the knight is not stable, so easily dislodged. Rook to d6, and again, just tell me about the clock times.
So Magnus still has more than 1 minute.
More than a minute, okay.
Nepo has 21 seconds.
Because we have seen Magnus go down to seconds on his clock, as we saw against Ivan Saric. By the way, the last move, bishop e3, making a tsuji against the knight, a domination of the knight.
What?
Tsuji. It's a Japanese expression from the game of Go, when you dominate the piece. And in this case, the bishop dominates the knight.
The triple pawns on the e-file, hard to calculate which one's hanging.
But this is nice. Magnus is saying you can keep the double pawns on the e-file, but give me this h-pawn, then I'll have a passer. And Magnus is doing his magic.
Just a little update, Alireza is not winning anymore.
And Gukesh, how did Gukesh do?
And Gukesh won his game.
Against?
Lupulescu.
Lupulescu, thank you. And you were saying that...
Anand escaped and
against Firouzja.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rook to b... No rook to b5. 6 seconds, 40 seconds for Magnus. I thought it was just
technically winning endgame, but...
Time to get rid of that knight, right? Rook check and...
Get rid of? You mean win it?
Well, yeah, I was going to say rook check and rook b5, just to force that knight away. G4?
He is going for g4. d4. So exchanging the bishop for the knight... I think actually in Blitz it makes sense, because that knight is tricky. There's knight f3 coming in here.
Sorry, just to break the bad news for Vishy's fans. Vishy lost to Firouzja.
I just said he was fine, but he blundered in one move.
And we're being told that Richard Rapport, who had been on a little bit of a tear, lost to Ivan Saric, who has not had, B5? What the heck happened? Magnus.
Nepo playing very quickly, but now the G-pawn is unstoppable.
There is a threat of rook check.
Oh, there's a checkmate next move, rook f6. Wow.
Rook f6, mate in 1. Magnus, 6 out of 6. Let's just quickly go to Fabi before we sing Magnus's praises.
Fabi's down a pawn.
Against?
Duda.
Duda.
My
dude. I've been waiting to say that for a long time. Whoa. A blunder. Blunder alert.
Played with 1 second on the clock.
Duda blundered an exchange.
Now Fabi's up in exchange.
Oh my word.
That's what happens when you have 1 second.
Yeah, to know that time trouble makes fools of us all, would say Maurice.
This is still possible to hold, but very difficult, of course. Would be maybe easier for Duda if he had a bishop and the knight.
Right? Okay, but he is trying to set his knight up on g5. The knight on g5 does a great job at protecting e6, and ideas that you've even knight h3.
But the other knight is too passive.
Yes. Okay, king h6, I don't see how to yet. Knight h3. So the king can always waltz to g5, as he's done. And knight f5
knight
check.
F5 now? Okay, the knight came back to life.
Big time. And you're, he didn't take it, so he's encouraging the check.
Both players under 5 seconds. Duda's just playing so slowly. Doesn't mind that he has only 2 seconds on the clock.
And finally he takes, and bringing his knight back to g5 to e4, I would suspect.
Is this a draw? Well,
Feels like it's kind
he's
of
winning
fortress.
the pawn on f2.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, because your
There
king
goes
is too
the
far.
pawn.
Now it should definitely be a draw.
For sure, with the knight. Two pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't go king e5. That would be, or king f4, e5
That's
check.
how Anand lost against Firouzja. He blundered a
A
fork.
fork?
in
Oh,
one move.
those tricky knights.
Who's playing for a win? Fabi, right?
I guess Fabi's still playing for a win, but I think he's going to give up his efforts shortly, as the knight will return to g. No, commentator's curse. I thought the knight would return to g5.
But since white can't activate the king, I don't even see the ideas to win. I guess if black blunders h5 pawn, then I would have ideas.
And he may have just done that, by
Where
the
is
way.
the rook on a5 or a6?
Yeah, he just
It's right in the
blundered
middle.
his h-pawn. It's like
Oh, no.
hilarious. Just as you were saying that, and
And
again.
another pawn. Now white's winning.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
How
there's a
quickly
table
it
base
turns.
telling me, and now it's a draw again. I don't know why, but table base was saying e2 was a draw
E2.
instead of knight move.
Knight. Yeah.
Very difficult to play this kind of endgame accurately with 4 seconds on the clock.
And now you have to play king
King
f2. Knight e3 check. Knight e3 check. What has he done?
Fabi just
Fabi's very lucky he didn't lose the game. Oh, queen g3.
I mean, Duda's lucky that Fabi didn't play king f2.
Both players are very, very excited and very happy about the draw, Miro. Fill in the gaps there as we just witnessed Magnus win his 6th game on the trot. What have we missed?
Well, yeah, so honestly, for this last game, I'm really happy it was a draw because there were so many mistakes that inevitably one would be heartbroken losing this game. Right, so we don't have that much time, so just 2 highlights from 2 games, and this time one will be just a terrible mistake that Rapport made against Ivan Saric. He was better at some point, we are tuning in at the position where he probably has to accept that, okay, the advantage has gone and just play bishop c3. He went bishop b6, perhaps being on seconds, saw the spin, missed that after check, you would think you attack the rook, but then bishop b6 attacks your rook. So it was just a terrible blunder. And then a touch of greatness from Gukesh, who played rather one-sided game against Lupulescu, and there was like, you know, the very funny final moment, queen g5, and at least I'm swapping the queens and play the bad endgame. No such luck for you, sir. Rook takes, queen takes, check, and a checkmate on h7. So, well, very nice tactic, and Gukesh wins a very convincing game against Lupulescu.
Nice, thank you, Miro. Let's jump to Zagreb and get the view from the playing hall.
A lot of ups and downs. This is what Blitz chess it's all about, and this is exactly what happened in this game between Fabiano and Duda. You guys caught the end of it. I'll show the critical moments that led to that type of position. At this point, it seemed like White is just having the typical opening slight advantage, but unfortunately he played a very bad move, Fabiano, that is. He played the move c5. That just simply gives away too many squares, specifically the d5 square, which immediately got taken away by Duda. And to be honest, after that, Duda played a marvelous strategical masterpiece, took the pawn and got into this position. It seemed like conversion is within his grasp, but unfortunately for him, at this point, he started straying away. What he had to do was knight to b6, control the entry square, d7 square, but also tie the rook to the defense of the square a4, because if you do move the rook anywhere around, I'm going to go a4 myself, kick the bishop away from b3, and that's going to be all she wrote. So, knight to b6, a critical moment. He did not play that. He allowed the rook to get active, which obviously is not the optimal thing that you can do. Still, Black is a pawn up, but unfortunately the material is getting limited. And I have to say this is when White is starting to have ideas. And this was the big miss, knight to d4. To be honest, this is a fair result. Duda was winning for the majority of the game, missed this move, knight to d4. Even after that, it was more or less equal. Unfortunately for him, he got into a losing position. Once again, this is Blitz.
Yes, it's Blitz, and actually this is what happened in the game of Anand and Firouzja. You covered the end of the game when Anand simply blundered the rook, but actually, starting from the beginning, there was a moment, I think that here we are in this game. There was a moment that he, I think, also blundered. Yeah, I want to show it. Like here, he played queen d2. I think missing the move rook b5. I mean, hard to believe that he really sacrificed these two pieces for the rook. And after queen c4, ended up in the worst position. But you know, later on, he managed to come back to the game because Alireza decided to change the rooks at this moment, which was, I think, in favor of White. And Anand got quite good chances later on, and he was pushing the pawns, and he managed even to get to his second pawn on d6. So with two pass pawn, I mean, the position became tricky and unclear.
This looks decent for White. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think the position was pretty good for him until a certain point. And of course, this last blow, he missed his rook, simply the fork at the very end. Let me show it again. He just played
so
king
what was
e3.
his last
yes.
move?
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, rook c7. I think. Yes.
Slightly better position, and after rook to c7, just throw it away.
It just
in one
shows that the players are getting tired already, and it's already day 4. Yes, of Rapid and Blitz.
Let's take a look at the standings after round 6 here in Zagreb of Blitz. Of course, we have Magnus Carlsen, who is cannot stop winning. I mean, he won absolutely every single game up to this point. Jan, 2 points behind. He started off 1 point behind the leaders. Right now he's 2 points ahead. Fabiano, 14.5. Alireza piling up some victories, 14 points. Richard Rapport, 13. And all the way down to Constantin Lupulescu struggling, only 3 points in this event. An amazing tournament up to this point, still 3 rounds left in today's battles. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with round 7.
Stick with us.
Gukesh, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. Finally, you're here. You're the youngest participant, and it's your first time. Are you looking forward for this event?
Yeah, for sure. This Grand Chess Tour is one of the most prestigious events in chess, and making my debut is really special for sure.
Yeah, for sure, and also it's special for your fans. And I was wondering, since which age do you remember actually about the existence of Grand Chess Tour? When did you start to follow the events of Grand Chess Tour? Do you remember any specific event?
I think I started like a few years back. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I do follow all the events, and especially since like Grand Chess Tour has like most of the top 10 players, so many strong players. It's of course a nice event to follow, and I mean, especially in Zagreb there was a very nice event which Magnus dominated in 2019. That event I remember quite well.
Yeah, that's great. And also this event is very special also because Anand is playing here,
yes,
right? And
yeah.
you're going to play together in the same tournament. Have it ever happened before? And what are you thinking about it, the fact that you play together with Vishy?
Yeah, of course we've interacted a lot. We've trained together. We played some training games, but this is going to be my first time in a tournament game actually. And yeah, I can't be more excited for it.
Yes, I mean 3 games with Vishy. I mean,
yeah.
Were you dreaming about it before?
I mean, at the start I couldn't even dream about it, but yeah, I've always wanted to play him in a tournament game, and have an opportunity here. This is going to be like a lot of fun, and yeah, hopefully we'll play some very nice games.
Yeah, we hope so too, for sure. And I was also wondering, what was your preparational routine over these years? I know that you were not using for some period computers. I mean, how new technologies affected your preparation, and do you use it now, right now?
Yeah, till the pandemic started, I wasn't really working with computers, but after that I'm working with computers regularly, and I mostly use them for openings and like, I mean, preparation for this tournament. It's been just some openings and puzzles and playing games, etc.
Yeah. And my last question, you know, in this event and in many others from the young age, you have to play against really strong opponents, higher rated, and, you know, many kids, many young players, they have this fear to play with higher rated, stronger opponents. How do you fight with those fears? I mean, what do you tell to yourself? I mean, how do you go through all this?
I guess I'm experienced enough not to like fear stronger opponents. I mean, I used to do that when I was very young, but I guess I've gotten used to it now.
How do you get this self-confidence?
I guess once you start beating opponents, higher rated, it's just I guess it's just experience.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, just start beating them and you feel much better and more confident. Yes. So thank you so much, and very appreciate your answers, and all the best of luck in your first GCT event.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. After 6 very exciting rounds of Blitz, these are our standings, Nazi.
Magnus has extended his lead as he won 6 games in a row today.
Very impressive.
Nepomniachtchi is still in the 2nd place, and Fabiano in 3rd.
And it's coming down to this. This round 7 pairing is mouth-watering as the world's #1 rated Blitz player by rating, Alireza.
He's playing one and only Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly, who's 6 out of 6. Can he equal the Fabi streak of 7 out of 7? What else is happening in the tournament?
Lupulescu will be playing Anand, Duda facing Gukesh, Saric against Caruana, and Nepomniachtchi against Rapport.
So it may be the Magnus Carlsen show, but there was some excitement going on in Fabi's last round game, and I think we've got something to show you. Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, this madness.
Somehow, Fabi blundered the game away and then
forgot to play King F2 first.
Exactly.
Before promoting.
And the 2 players were just so happy that the torture was over there at the very end as the players made a draw. Getting ready for this round 7, I said mouth-watering, Miro. I mean, what other way would you describe it? As Firouzja has to win. if he's going to stop the Magnus train.
Absolutely, right. So it's Firouzja who's under pressure. It's, well, Nepo and perhaps Vichy looking to win, to bounce back. And Magnus looks unstoppable, if you ask me, right? He said it and he's doing it.
Right. 6 out of 6.
Wow.
To make such a streak, you need confidence, obviously, skills, obviously, but a lot of luck. Things have just gone flowingly well. I mentioned that Gukesh is one of the very first players to arrive. I just noticed that Alireza in this for this round arrived very early, and for this round, Magnus Carlsen is not late. As both of the players are at the board with several minutes to spare.
And you were talking about getting lucky in some games, and Firouzja got very lucky against Anand in the last round.
It was remarkable. He was the exchange down, and Vichy just walked into
one move blunder,
a fork, and had to give it up on the spot. Jump in on this one, Miro. Alireza, what has he scored out of the 6 games he's played? We know what Magnus has scored.
Is it 5 out of 6 for Alireza? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. That's impressive as well.
But did he start with a loss? No.
He lost against Richie Upper Rook.
Yes, in round 3. That's right. Okay, yes, he was Upper Rook. So these 2 players are actually, result-wise, I want to say, the hottest in the field. And it could have been that they could have both be 6-0.
Yeah.
I mean, had the Richie Rapport go his way.
They maybe have a first draw of the game?
Yeah, do the math. Alireza had 9 points in the Rapid. He's increased his current score total to 14. That means he scored 5 out of 6. And the math for Magnus, 11.
We're off. Another Caracan.
17. And another Caracan. Well, it seems like when Magnus wants to play for a win.
He plays.
And where did the F3
I think Queen A5, I've never seen this move. It might already be a novelty.
Whoa. F2, F3, the fantasy variation, Queen A5 check, move I am completely unfamiliar with, and then E5. So I played the Caracan my whole life, and on move 4, they have a completely new position for my
Actually, on move 3, Queen A5 has not been played.
And Miro, you want to say that this is like in the database?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Queen A5, well, at least in Masters database, probably some, Park hustlers played it against each other, you see it for the first time, you think, well, I'm playing the beginner, he sees check, he goes check.
Right.
But that's Magnus Carlsen we're talking about.
And then came C3, and then came E5, and I've got a feeling that at least Alireza's freewheeling it here with B2, B4. Sorry if I say it feels coffee house. You mentioned the park. But I'll take it indoors and say it feels a little coffee house going on.
I mean, look at the white pawn structure. First 5 moves, it's been B4, D4, E4, and C3, F3. This does not look right.
Right. Let me just tell the audience, learn to play with your pieces. It's not all pawn play. Queen takes E5.
So
what the heck is going on?
Don't repeat this at home, right?
No, I don't like. Why did we move the queen?
B4 was quite strange to me.
We centralized the queen? That can't be right. Bishop to E3 on the board. Okay, the question is, can I get away with just simply knight F6 now?
Pawn hanging, can you take bishop B4, or is that... Oh, you have bishop B4?
Bishop B4, I have F4.
But bishop C3 check?
And I'll move my king?
Queen.
Oh, and I have to move my king to E2. No? I can't. So bishop b4.
I have queen d4. Oh, and you have knight e2.
Right. But you have queen f6. So bishop b4, f4.
You know what would
bishop
be
c3.
better to avoid the f4, e5? I'll take on e4 first, then I'll take on b4.
So take on e4, take on e4, bishop b4. But now you're allowed knight f3.
Okay, bishop c3 check.
I'll move my king. He's done your move. D5 takes e4. I have to play If you're going to play the fantasy variation, by the way, you don't even think about it. You play f3. He didn't take on b4. What would have happened after knight f3?
Magnus would have been up pawn.
In your expert opinion.
In my expert opinion.
Knight f3, bishop takes c3 check. That would have been a very interesting line. None of that excitement happened. Knight f3, queen c7, but now castles and knight g5 and maybe Alireza's landing on his feet.
Yeah.
Okay, queen c7. There was opportunity there, I think, for Magnus, but he let the moment slide. Knight f3, queen c7.
I'm gonna bet this is going to be an opposite side castle game, and
with black going
first.
With black going long and white going short. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's have some fun, guys. And clock times. I mean, it's only 4, 5, 6 moves, but they spent a lot of time getting here.
That is true. So Firouzja is down to 3 minutes, and Magnus 3 minutes 40 seconds.
3 minutes 40 seconds. So we do have knight g5 on the board. You didn't want to play bishop to d6 because there was ideas that the queen could land on h5 with a check. Yeah, knight takes, queen h5 check, and queen h3. So knight f6.
Bishop f4 looks good.
Bishop f4 looks great.
Bishop d6. Oh, he took on e6 right away.
Yeah, I'm trying to combine some ideas here with bishop c4 and bishop f4. So if it's my turn, bishop f4 is huge. So you have to play bishop d6. You're prepared to give up the e6 pawn or trade the e6 pawn for the h2 pawn.
So Firouzja should take on e6, give up h2, and then
king h1, castle's long, like you said, right?
Yeah.
You got to get your king out of dodge. You're not
White
going
really
short.
needs to develop very quickly on the queen side.
True.
Is g3 an option, or Magnus would immediately take bishop g3?
I think it's an option, actually. As is, well, h3, bishop h2, and knight e4. I have to be careful about that. But I don't see an alternative here to bishop e6. Because I don't have I don't have a convenient, my knight's not on d2, so I can't conveniently defend h2 with knight f3. And the clock, Alireza's...
Yeah, he's taking a long thing, and it's a minute 44 now.
A minute 44. Hard for me to tell. From my angle, I'm seeing just 30 seconds. I don't see the minute.
He's down 2 minutes now.
And he's done what you suggested, G3. Because H3, too many dark square weaknesses over there.
So if bishop G3, he can take back, right? These two knights are jumping.
I think he...
Oh, Magnus doesn't take.
I think he was ready just to play queen E2 and end up capturing the pawn on E6. He's taken on E6 right away. So bishop takes G3 is now on.
Still very possible. And queen E2 or queen C2, right? One of those two moves?
Yes. Well, I would think so. Here...
Does rook E8 come in?
Right? That's an important tempo to be asked. Rook E8, he's played it.
I mean, black's development and position looks much better.
Yes, no question about it. And from a development perspective, with it looks like a Fischer random.
King B8 now maybe. No, just grab a pawn, sure.
Take the pawn.
So materially even, but white's development about 4 times
behind.
Disaster.
Disaster. The good news for white at the moment is actually the king is in a little bit of an awkward pin, but that's the only negative I can think of at the moment for black. Everything else is just fantastic.
What should white do? Maybe like A4 and rook A2 very quickly?
Yeesh. You know it's bad when it's bad when you start thinking, okay, I can defend laterally with rook A2. But you know what? Now that you mention it, that might be one of the best choices. Also, something to be said for queen C2 Maybe just getting out of the
Firouzja's
D
down to
file.
33 seconds. He's
Rook
playing
F7.
aggressively, and
King
Magnus
B8.
just dropped a piece, but King B8, yep.
Just sidestepping. By the way, check and knight E5. I'm not sure I like rook D7. Oh, his intention was to trade.
But I mean, he's trading all his good pieces, which was the rook and the bishop, and he's
Exactly.
left with this undeveloped queenside.
That's not a good thing if you're Alireza. Oh, he's luring the queen to the D file so that at least he has bishop F4.
This bishop C5. Oh, there's no bishop.
I thought the same thing. Bishop C5 check. But you are not allowed, according to the FIDE rules, to leave your king hanging.
So Magnus was thinking maybe he was considering bishop takes G3, but
No.
he ended up exchanging, and now
Bishop F4. So
But it still looks really
Alireza
bad.
is doing his desperate best to equalize the position.
But how do we equalize this?
I
It's
don't know.
just completely
He's going to
lost.
play knight A3,
Queen
queen
E3
check,
check,
king G2.
Knight E4, and goodbye.
Yeah, he's grabbed his knight. We
10
are
seconds
playing
on the
touch
clock.
move. 10 seconds on the clock, knight A3, as you said, queen E3, and knight E4?
This is turning out to be a very easy game for Magnus.
Truly.
With his
Magnus is making it
novelty
look
on move 3.
making it look simple. Queen E2 check, and white's king is
Game over.
about to be blasted, yeah?
It's like
Queen E2 check
Then
and
knight
knight to
D2?
D2. Yes, precisely. Queen E2 check, king G1, knight D2, threatening knight F3, and that's lights out. Anything else? You'd almost suspect that there's got to be several wins here, but well, one is enough.
just grabbing the pawn also. I've noticed Magnus has been just going into end games.
By the way, we do have a result that Nepo and Richie Rapport did make a draw in their game. Magnus invited an ending. You were about to say, Nasi, that
Yeah, he's been trading queens and just going into winning end games to have zero risk.
right.
So, but
And it's worked out well for him, hasn't it?
it certainly has.
6 out of 6. Okay, in this moment, again, the king. I'd be all over queen e4 check here.
Queen e2 as well, because you don't have rook f2.
Why? Oh,
Queen
queen
takes
takes f2. Oh, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. Yeah, I wanted to. I was thinking that if I go queen e2 check, he'll go king g1. So if I go queen e4 check, king g1, I'll have knight e2 check.
Magnus played a6, just opening a window for his king.
Exactly, making luft. But queen e4 check, it looks winning.
Everything looks winning.
Well,
Yeah. Queen e4, king h3, I guess.
and then we have a rook lift, right? King h3.
No, rook e5.
Yeah, just to make a threat of rook up and over.
So if you want rook e6, I think I can grab rook queen g7, but
Okay, but rook e5 looks 3 words. Fabulous.
he's done it.
Rook e5. And could this be, Miro, could this be 7 for 7? What the heck is...
It is definitely. I mean,
What the heck is going on? H5?
there's
Any
no
takers?
surviving this game.
Yeah, any takers for H5?
With queen h5 on the board, and
Queen H4, and no time at all
And
for Alireza. And this game was
Rook E2.
very, very one-sided. Very one-sided game. And knight
he-
E4.
the
Oh, you
move
didn't play
b4
that.
was just really,
Yeah,
really bad in the opening.
true. So you can go queen takes G4. I think that would provoke resignation. But Magnus is looking for a forced mate, and I would be surprised if it wasn't there, actually. Check.
Okay, he forced the queen exchange.
Check. Yeah. Sometimes you can overlook the fact that it's check.
Knight, and then he's up like
3
million
pawns.
pawns.
3's enough. Million sounds excessive. Okay, so you just
Wow, 7 out of 7. Meanwhile, Vichy has drawn his game against Lupulescu.
right. And now it's going to be...
Well, Magnus is down to 10 seconds, but he does not need much time to win this game. I don't know why he hasn't pushed the pawns yet.
Exactly, like, what the heck?
I mean, everything is winning. White's knight is not getting out. Well, maybe knight c2.
B4? B3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no crazy tactics here.
Right? Because you can take the knight.
And black's pawn is faster, so.
Exactly.
And Fabi won his game.
Ooh.
Nice comeback.
Wonderful. Who did Fabi
He beat
win?
Ivan Saric.
He beat Ivan Saric. By the way, the knight, it makes a beautiful impression just defending the king against all the checks. You can play a5, a4, and Alireza had enough. And I tell you, that was an incredibly smooth game. What other games are going on at the
We
moment?
have Duda's game still going.
Let's jump there to against Gukesh. And
2 extra pawns for Gukesh and
an exposed king. And just to remind everybody, Fabi did win, and Duda goes down. Oh, it's not been a good day at all for the Polish Grandmaster. Superlatives. We're running out of things to say about Magnus's result. He's just. Well, let's look at the line score. You can. It speaks for itself.
no words necessary. He just won every single game today. But it wasn't all easy breezy. He was definitely lost in a couple of them.
Yeah, no, this last game, you saw him at his absolute best, and yes, he's gotten lucky to get the 7 out of 7. But
There were a few
what a
games
streak.
that were drawn, and he just outplayed opponents in just the last couple of moves.
Miro's superlative. It's extraordinary.
Well, what you want me to say? Yes, I'm very happy, despite, respectable age, I'm very good at memorizing stuff. I know exactly what result Magnus had in all 7 games today. That's easy.
Your memory is excellent. Yeah.
See, right. I mean, if you allow me, I know you've covered this one extensively, but just Queen A5 being a novelty is already move 3, right? Then B4 apparently is a very bad move.
Sure.
Then you guys, you were much more precise than the players. So D takes, pawn takes, bishop B4 was good.
What was playable?
Was good, not playable, but good.
Good, even.
Good, right. After bishop D3, A5 was even like stronger and black much better and so on. Right, and then, interestingly, over here, Alireza's position is actually good. And the mistake was the very, very natural move to castle short. So Compi says you had to go here, you had to take. I mean, you started to play this game weirdly, just continue to play weirdly. Queen B3, you attack this, and you are actually planning for castle long. Develop the bishop, knight D2, castle long. Okay, relatively equal, but if anyone's better, it's white. And then when he castled short, from then on, Magnus, well, maybe a couple of inaccuracies, but always had Alireza.
Wow.
Right, and then, well, just pardon me, one more thing. It's Rapport's game against Nepo. That was very interesting because, well, King's Indian from Rapport, Nepo, I didn't expect him to play D4, first of all, right? And I think Nepo came up with a novelty and maybe a good one. Okay, it's not the most popular position by any stretch of imagination, but knight to G5 has never happened before. And then, yeah, usually in the King's Indian, when you exchange those bishops, it's in white's favor, which he could have proved, by the way, a few moves later. So here, Nepo went Queen E2, and later on was, under some pressure, and he could have gone King F1. And it's not very often that it works in the King's Indian, but apparently it works here, and you just run away, because the queen side is safe, right? Black doesn't have the light square bishop, and white's prospects would have been better in this case.
Yeah.
So that's all I've got for now.
Thank you, Miro. And let's remind our viewers that you are watching the Magnus Carlsen Show. As we show you our standings, you'll see why we call it the Magnus Carlsen Show.
Keeps extending his lead now with 2.5 points. right?
Yes, and the the 7 in a row that he's just scored has just been beautiful to witness. As we're going to toss it to Zagreb and ask them what do you guys think of Magnus Carlsen? Not bad, eh?
Actually, you know, remember that in Warsaw he didn't like to check the standings. Now I see him all the time. He's checking the standings, you know. Maybe it's because he's leading, huh?
That wild card is pretty good, I have to say. Let's talk about the other two games that we didn't get covered. The one between Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Gukesh. And this was a completely back and forth affair. Take a look at this. Knight to h5, it seems like white is doing just fine. Not after this move. E3. This pretty much locks your own bishop in place, and immediately Gukesh pounces on the opportunity with the move G5. And F6. At least queen to G6 was mandatory at this point if you don't want to get into a much worse, maybe borderline losing position. Knight to G7, and this is the key move that you have to see from afar. Bishop to H3 is pretty much impossible to see it. Because if you take, then I take, and you're actually getting checkmated yourself as black. And if you do F5, at least my bishop on E5 survives. So that's good news for my bishop. It still looks very shaky with that queen on G6. Anything can happen, right? Anything can get trapped. But he played the move G4. And now Gukesh had an amazing opportunity to get probably what is the most visually appealing position that you can get, close to it in chess, G4. Take a look at this position. You cannot untie yourself with the white pieces. No more F3. All I have to do is pick up this pawn on H5. I'm going to do so after the move queen to E8, queen takes H5, knight to F6 if you try to defend it as well. It doesn't really matter. You just simply don't have any counterplay. So this is pretty much game over. He didn't play the move G4. He played, that was queen to E8, and then allowed white to play the move F3 and untie himself. After which it was white who was winning at some point. Take a look at this. This is already much better for white. You're getting great attacking chances on the F file. Also, the queen could potentially at some point land on G6. Take a look at this, queen to C2, you take my pawn on E5, rook to F6, rook to F1. Do not touch this bishop, because after queen to G6, this is pretty much game over. You get checkmated after rook to F7. He didn't, so white is completely winning at this point. Queen takes G5, bishop to H3, a huge mistake in the position. What he had to do was in fact play the move rook 1 to F4. It's all about that rook to G6 that is going to come
knight G4 will be rook G6, yes. Nice
game over.
Trick, yes.
And even if you don't do anything, I do have a threat, knight to F3. It's all about diverting this knight from E5 so that I can play the move rook to G6. You can play whatever, rook to A7, let's say knight to F3, and rook to G6 is going to come next. So, golden opportunity, play the move bishop to H3, and unfortunately this is what he missed. King to H2, it looks like you have a tremendous attack. Rook to A7, defends everything on 7th rank. I'm actually going to go rook to G7, which he did later on, and your attack is pretty much over. The bishop on H3 is not playing an important part. I'm the one attacking you on the king side now, because I'm going to go rook to G8, queen to G3, as we can see, and in fact it was Gukesh who checkmated, or at least gotten close to it before Duda resigned. He actually just took all of his pawns, and then resignation came later on. Anastasiya, what were you looking at?
I was checking the game of Fabio once again, and maybe I should stop doing it, because let's say he has such bad positions all the time at the opening, but then something happens. The producers of the show Survival should definitely think of bringing him to the show. I think, because look at this position he got after the opening. It looked a little bit suspicious with his king on f8, and
maybe he got inspired by his game against Alireza.
One, yes. It looks like a couple of rounds ago, yes, we saw similar scenario, and here his opponent Ivan Saric played the move A4, and I think really he got really good position. And okay, the pawn structure is a little bit different, but still, I mean, white were doing really well in the whole game, basically for the most of the game. But then somehow,
what did I tell you?
Yes, we discussed it with Cristian, and Cristian said, "Wait, he will come back to the game, and he will even win." I don't know how he's doing it. Definitely he has maybe better time management, because he had more time at this moment. So, but he managed to come back, and
it's all about the time. I mean, you see these swindles, back and forth in every single game. It's all about the time.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, it's hard to say what was this moment when Black finally managed to find this control, but I think somewhere here when he pushed his pawn forward and got this kind of very strong center, and after that he tricked Ivan Saric and even managed to win this game. Yes, so great
But
result for Fabi.
Once you get these pawns like
Yes.
this, I mean, this is looking really good,
Dangerous,
right?
Yes, it looked dangerous after that. Even though White has this pawn on g6, it just helps Black to blockade G file.
Fabi, it doesn't really matter right now, it's the Magnus show. We
I
have to
know
say
that, I
7
know
out
that,
of
yes.
7. He's stealing all the spotlight, and he sort of predicted it yesterday in the interview. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much. And it is the Magnus Carlsen show, as you'll see from the standings. Nazi, do the honors. It's really remarkable.
Right, Magnus Carlsen in the lead with 18 points. And sharing second, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. But it will be very hard for them to catch Magnus.
Well, tell us about the pairings for round 8, next round coming up.
Carlsen will be facing Rapport.
We'll have to watch and see Richie's moment in the limelight.
And then people who are sharing the second place, Caruana and Nepomniachtchi facing each other.
Obviously, our marquee matchup as well. That will be our second. And how about the rest of the field?
Gukesh playing Saric,
Right.
Anand playing Duda, and Firouzja against Lupulescu.
Wonderful. We're going to take a very short break, and we'll see you on the other side as we get ready for round 8 of the Blitz coming up.
Constantin, great to see you here in Croatia. Welcome to Grand Chess Tour once again. But in 2022, in Poland, I think, on Romania, you have played already, first time. How was it? Can you remember?
Yeah,
can you tell a little bit?
Just amazing feeling. I mean, to play all these great players just after pandemics. So it was just fantastic.
Yes, I mean, and that experience, do you think it's going to help you now in this
for sure,
event?
because then, okay, I remember first game I played against Caruana, I mean, I was like, okay, I'm playing these fantastic players in this unique event, because, okay, of course, I played them before, but on separate events, let's say one game, one at a time, and then it's different. But to play them all, I mean, one event, it's one thing, it's amazing.
Yes, and here we're going to have a different time control. It's going to be rapid and blitz. Do you think you play better with short time controls?
I think it depends a lot of one's form. I mean, I tried my best to, let's say, achieve, let's say, top form. Now I will see how it goes.
Yeah, how did you manage to do so?
Did
you have special training camp or something?
No, I had some training camps with my friends. I played lots of rapids and blitz, so yeah.
I saw also with you today David Gavrilescu from Romania, young player, grandmaster, who also participated in Grand Chess Tour before. Is he your second here?
Yeah, he acts as my second.
Yeah, what do you think he's going to do during this tournament? And is it really helpful to have a second during rapid and blitz events?
I think, most of the work he did before. I mean, helping me with openings and playing some training games. But also here, I mean, I think it's very good to have somebody for support, because it can be, let's say, you play very fast and some sudden, result could go both ways. And if it goes, let's say, some unfortunate way, then it's good to have somebody around you to lift you up.
That's for sure. Do you think it's going to be also a great experience for him as second?
Yeah, I think, I mean, he has also experience as a player, so yeah, also I think it will be also nice for him.
You're living in Romania, and over the years, do you feel that chess is actually booming now in Romania? What's happening?
I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, since back in 21, I mean, we got this amazing support from from all our partners, and especially Dragic family. It was just amazing, the support we're getting now.
Yeah, now you have a really strong team, which is
also
going to play.
a fantastic team. I mean, we have
Yes.
Richard Rapport, we
Yes.
have Bogdan Deac, we have Shevchenko, Kirill. So, I mean, yeah.
What are your goals now? For Olympiad, for European events?
Olympiad will be 1 year away, but I guess we should aim for getting a medal. I mean, in a European team event. I mean, I think we're starting top 6 at least.
Wow. And actually, what's happening with youth chess? Maybe you can tell a little bit about it.
Youth chess, I am not that familiar with, they have their, let's say, their program, but I know they brought some very experienced coaches like Ramesh, Also, I think captain of Romanian team Ivan Sokolov was working a lot with youngsters. So yeah, you can also expect some talents coming up from there.
Especially if Ivan is involved.
Yes.
We know his
great, of course.
Results with Uzbekistan team. Yeah. So the last question is simply like, what are you looking forward to achieve in this event?
I just want to play my best chess, to enjoy all this fantastic event with all these top players.
Yeah. Thank you, Constantin, and
Thank
all
you.
the best of luck for you.
Thank you.
It's
Welcome
time
back
to fight
to
for
our show, as 7 incredible, eventful Blitz rounds have featured Magnus Carlsen. Nasi, do the
all
honors.
7 games.
All 7 games. Really, truly remarkable.
And sharing second, Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi. In clear fourth, Alireza Firouzja. And in fifth place is Rapport, who will be playing Magnus Carlsen.
Tell us more. Tell us about the round 8 pairings coming up.
And other players are hoping that someone can stop
Somebody
Magnus.
better stop the Magnus Carlsen train, because this has been amazing.
So our 2 key matchups will be Carlsen Rapport and Caruana Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly. Anand, Duda, both of those 2 players are fading. Firouzja, having lost to Magnus, needs to bounce back. But yeah, it's about the fight for second at the moment. Somebody's got to stop Magnus Carlsen. Wow, as the players get ready for this, our penultimate round of the day. It's a double round robin in the Blitz. We'll be featuring 9 rounds of Blitz. This is round 8 coming up. 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow, and that will round out the tournament.
What are the chances Magnus finishes 9 out of 9 today?
Well, if you had said to me before the round started, I would have said 0. Like, no, you just can't win. Not, in modern chess, that's not the way it works. No. But now you start with 7 out of 7.
I think
really
it's
high.
80% or more.
Yeah, you get on this roll where suddenly it's doable. Now, having said that, Rapport is one of those players that he can shock you. Miro, jump in on this one. If somebody's going to stop Magnus, Richie could be that someone.
Yeah, but anyone can be that someone. Yeah, the result is remarkable. But if you recall, Saric had like winning moments, and so
Exactly.
all it takes, one moment you lose concentration and your opponent finds it.
Exactly. And they're off. And we have an Alekhine, as you were saying, Miro. This used to be a childhood favorite of yours, huh?
Absolutely.
I played it as well, Alekhine Defense. And at those days, people didn't play positionally. People played c4 and f4, and it was the 4 pawns attack that everybody studied. But these days, it's about positional chess.
And this is Rapport's 3rd or 4th time trying this opening in this tournament.
And he's mixed it up. Here he's fianchettoed his bishop. In previous games, he was playing it with e6, yeah? Mm-hmm. So the difference is that, well, obviously, you leave this diagonal open. You're hoping that your bishop will either land on e6, or even on a good day, you might be able to play moves like knight b4, and the bishop could land on f5. In the meanwhile, it's sort of like, okay, white, it's the e file, the knight slowly starts jumping towards the king side, knight d2, knight e4. You centralize the pieces, and black finds it a little bit awkward. This pawn on d4.
Is black's main idea here to successfully push c5?
Yes.
Yes.
If you can get that in, that would be definitely a very, very big success. Knight takes d7. By the way, at first glance, you might say to yourself, well, that's a concession. And yes, it is. But you mentioned that you wanted to play the move c5, and the knight on d7 actually did support it. So if you play bishop takes d7, knight comes to d2, h2, h3, the knight comes to f3, and you still haven't played c5. Your bishop, for the moment...
Also, if you want to save a tempo on h3, you could go knight c4, knight e5.
There you go. And I do want to save that tempo. I like it. Knight c4, knight e5. Because I'm not 100% sure I need h3. On some days in different galaxies, sometimes I actually want to play h4 and h5. By the way, Magnus inviting the move bishop g4.
And I'm assuming now we're going to see h3
and we get the two bishops. We do get...
So white has now a long-term advantage, which is called bishop pair.
Exactly. In your expert opinion. E7, E6, and even the old guys used to call it winning the minor exchange. They thought the two bishops was so strong. Winning the exchange sounds really good.
I've never heard that minor
exchange. It's called
exchange.
the minor exchange, yeah. E5, I'm a little bit surprised by that move, but I kind of understand that you want to play forcing, but E5...
He wanted to get rid of that E7 pawn, but yeah, white's definitely
I'm
looking
not sure.
good.
I mean, it makes my play as white so much easier when you played the move E5. I was thinking for sure Richie was about to play E7, E6 and angle for C5. He didn't do that. And after bishop C4, we understand exactly what Magnus is thinking. Bring the pieces into play, bishop H6, rook to D1, and enjoy the two bishops.
The knight on D5 was the pride of the
anchor.
position.
Yes.
And now that it's shaky...
Yeah, we got a
don't know.
wobble.
Okay, he has a
So
little idea.
He's inviting...
So bishop H2, just king F1.
Exactly. He's inviting
But
white to win a pawn.
Do we want to play with the king on E1?
I guess we have to.
I thought
By the
Magnus
way,
could play just pawn G3.
I was thinking actually rook E8, bishop H6 anyway, right? In answer to rook E8, I wasn't thinking of taking, but he did. I was thinking just put the bishop on H6. Rook E8, bishop takes D5. We're looking at bishop H2, king F1, rook E1, king E1.
So he takes D.
Takes. And our king is on E1. There's a bishop on H2. Maybe I have G3.
Oh, G3 might be.
The old
Do I
Bobby
have
Fischer.
No, H5's too slow.
Right.
I have rook E8 check, but you have bishop E3.
As well as king F1 and back to G2. So bishop H, Richie's probably just going to have to recapture the bishop and say, okay, if you want to win a pawn, be my guest.
He's taking a long think, so now he has 2 minutes less than Magnus
And
already.
he did play bishop H2. This, again, at the end of the day, this move G2, G3 is going to snare the bishop. G2, G3.
How do we save that bishop?
Right? How do we? That's the key
Richard
question.
definitely says something. So
It has to be associated with queen C4, because G3,
rook E8 check,
king F1,
queen C4 check,
king G2,
and rook E1, king
Rook E1.
H2, queen F. Well,
and then
oh, queen F1, queen G2, rook takes E. No, still doesn't
No,
work.
It doesn't work. That's what I'm saying.
queen
But
G2.
maybe he's thinking G3, queen C4. He's here. Well, we're about to find out. I think Richie's got to play, because we're looking at rook E8 check, king F1, queen C4 check, king G2, rook E1, take the bishop.
So I saw it on Miro's board. He was showing after queen F1, queen G2, there's queen E2. And that's fine for black.
No way. Really? Oh,
Some
that's remarkable.
Computer magic.
Right? Oh. By the way, Richie running down his clock very, very seriously. 3 minutes to a minute and a half, it looks like.
And that's the only way to save that piece.
Rook
He might
E8
find it
check.
because there is nothing else.
Right?
But that last move, queen E2, it still doesn't make sense.
I know.
Why is it okay?
I guess you're threatening rook F1.
Right, and I can't move my rook and the bishop.
Right?
Or the queen. Actually, that's not bad. But I can go
play
G4.
and king G3, yeah. By the way, bishop E3. Whoa, we just saw something happen. Bishop E3, bishop takes G3 instantly, and the point is there's a queen B6 and queen takes B2.
Magnus
Wow.
missed something. Yes, bishop g3 is great.
Magnus, his head just seemed to go into his
Yeah,
hands
black's already
there.
better. Rapport's doing great.
Whoa. So that was a big miss. Bishop e3, bishop
By the
g3.
way,
Yes, sorry.
big update. Duda already won his game against Anand. Must have been some big blunder in that game as well.
And it just feels like she's running out of energy a little bit as he struggles in the blitz. But bishop takes g3, and Richie is suddenly back in the game. The bishop is released. He's won a pawn.
He's a healthy extra pawn.
Exactly. And whoa, Magnus, the streak is under threat.
Yeah, bishop can go to b8 now, or d6 looks fine. Well, I see a7 saying it. So.
Ah, the training. Yes. But
Richard
40 seconds.
wants to play fast.
40 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Against 2.5 minutes.
He played bishop to e5, inviting bishop a7. Why?
Not sure.
Because bishop a7.
Maybe rook a8.
Ah, simple chess. Although it's not that simple, is it? I have queen e3.
Queen e3, I have queen. Oh, wait. Magnus played rook e1. That's
Yeah.
a good move. Rook a7, rook e5, and then d5 hangs, so.
Precisely.
I guess Magnus is back. It's equal, right?
Yeah, rook takes a7, rook takes e5, and there's ideas of queen f6 as well. Rook takes a2, for example. Rook takes...
And black could try f6 here.
And we have
What?
bishop takes c3. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rook to e7? Ding, ding, ding. There's a mate
Rook
threat.
e7. Oh.
You have d4? Rook e7.
Rook e7.
Rook
We're hearing rook e7
e7.
is winning for white.
Of course.
And of course Magnus plays it.
Rook e7. And by the way, if you play d4, I can play queen takes b7.
Yep.
That hits the rook, the bishop's under attack, and Richie has fallen into a horrendous trap. The streak is back. 8 out of 8. Unbelievable.
And black doesn't even have any checks or anything. It's just game over.
I'm watching this and I'm still disbelieving. It's, you know, Richie was just a full pawn up and a good position. If he had played bishop b8, there'd be no discussions. But queen takes
queen
b7. And look at this. The rook is hanging. The bishop is hanging. You're forced to give up the exchange, and he's done it.
Okay, he's hoping for queen a7, queen d5 check.
Oh, by the way, queen check and queen e5 check.
Oh.
That's
King
nasty.
h6, and you take with the rook on a7. That's
Correct.
That's
exactly. Much improved. And Magnus is sensing it as well. He doesn't have to take on a7, but queen b8 check.
Just everything
first.
seems to be going in Magnus's way. Oh,
He took.
Okay.
Surprise.
As I said that.
Right? Commentators
jinxed
curse.
him.
We're just so
But-
pleased with ourselves that we found this very nice idea, and he rejected it. He just took the rook.
Well, I guess it's
12
still
seconds.
completely
10
winning.
seconds. D3.
Why
What?
can I take on c3? Oh, d2. Wow, this pawn is just...
Suddenly on your
What?
doorstep. Like, what happened? D3. So we do have queen d7, by the way.
Okay, queen d7 would probably... So if I go rook d7, you have queen e5 check, and that's not great.
It's not it's not exactly what we wanted, right?
Queen d7, bishop e5 check.
By
Oh,
the
wait,
way,
he
he
took
took the
d2?
bishop.
How do we stop this pawn?
Well, he played.
Do you want queen?
That's the question. Why
This
can't we
is-
just make a queen?
We can. And do it fast. You have... Okay.
5
3
seconds. Whoop.
Is he back in the
3
game?
seconds.
Down a pawn, but white's king is completely open.
That was very, very bizarre. Why did he take the bishop on c3? He gave back the exchange. By the way, Alireza has won his game against Constantin. Check. 24 seconds to...
Still not easy. Oh, 2 seconds.
But a4 allows queen c5 with a double attack. We're hitting f2. Oh, excuse me,
B2,
I
queen
missed
B5.
queen
yeah,
b2.
there's checks now. Wow. Magnus let Richard escape.
Truly.
Because I think your move, Queen D7, was just finishing the game.
Finishing it, yeah. But we've seen Magnus won a queen ending, I believe, against Fabiano earlier today, and it was some kind of magic that occurred there.
So he needs to pull another magic trick to win this one.
Exactly. Well, he's moved his king over c4 check. Don't forget it.
Okay, I can see that he can pull this off as well.
Well, I mean, he's got passers, but this move f5 is an indication that, hey, I've got a passer as well. So
True.
f3, a7.
Richard, very long time.
3 seconds, g5, exposing his king.
Putting the queen on f3 was probably bad because it's really in the way of
That's a
your
check.
home pawn.
That's a check,
King
everybody.
a5, threatening queen b6.
And 6 seconds for Magnus.
They're both with 5 seconds now.
Oh my goodness, anything can happen here.
1 second.
1 second, 3 seconds, 1 second, 3 seconds again. King f2.
This is hard to watch.
3 seconds again. Magnus.
3 seconds as well.
Check. Check. Maybe c5.
Queen d6 and queen b8.
Hold on.
Oh, queen e5, queen b8. Why?
Wow.
Okay.
Just.
Is there a checkmate? Oh, queen f3.
And you're threatening mate on g4.
Wow. 8 out.
Magnus has done the impossible. He's won 8 in a row, and let's just.
Wow, Fabi against Nepo. We have rook and bishop.
The fight for
against
second
rook.
place comes down to rook and bishop
We'll
versus
see
rook.
if Nepo can save this even with few seconds on the clock. I'm sure he can. I can.
Crickets. Crickets. King, yes. Good move, king b4, and then wait.
I like the idea with king and rook being just one square apart. I think that's the easier defense.
I've always liked this, what was called the Zen position, S-Z-E-N, not Zen as in Z-E-N, but there was a player, Zen, who studied this ending and has a defense for this ending named after him. And I learned that defense, and I thought it really, really excellent.
Now, big question is who is counting the 50 moves? Because
And by the way Nepo's playing is really extraordinarily exacting. I mean,
Very
it's
accurate.
very, very good play, I would say, with the bishop, with the rook against the rook and the
I
bishop.
think they still have 30 more moves until they reach move 50.
King, pardon me, rook f4. Yeah, it looks very, very good.
The key for Nepo is to not go down to 5 seconds, because
Exactly.
then he can easily blunder.
Exactly. Whoa, rook f8. I'm sure that was a saving move as well, but it
Well, king
did
is in
look
the
a little
wrong
bit
corner
strange.
anyways, right?
Yes.
Fabi needs to get that king over to h1 corner.
Oh,
he's
now
claiming.
he's claiming a draw.
He just wants to see how many moves have
Oh,
been.
I think that's, he has the right to ask. Is that right, Miro? That he has the right to ask the arbiter?
Yeah, right. I guess like the punishment, if the claim is false, it will be sometime added to Fabi's clock.
That's right.
Right, and then it's not a punishment if you know the position is drawish, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how to make a draw. So you just, want yourself some time to, to relax, and also you will know what move, what move number there is.
Let's help our viewers. What move number is it? What was the last exchange? Oh, move 54 is when they last traded, and what move are they on currently?
88.
So they've made 34 moves, so they only have to make 16 more?
Mm-hmm.
Arbiters are doing the math.
They need to tell Nepo that you have 16 more moves to go, right?
Exactly.
I think that's
That's
his
exactly
question.
it.
So now
And
he'll
so
start counting.
he starts counting 16. That's an easier.
Oh, and Caruana didn't get any additional time.
No, he was simply asking. He was asking about the.
I didn't know you could just stop the clock and ask arbiter a
Yes.
question.
Yes, you're able to do that.
Good to know.
Good to know. And rook.
In the classical too, or just blitz? Well, in classical you wouldn't need to.
It
of
wouldn't
course.
need to. And by the way, that looks like 16 moves.
Not yet,
Are
but
you
getting
sure?
there. Yes, it's on 99 now.
54
100.
is 99.
But yeah, I don't think Fabio's making any progress, so
Not at
this
all.
should be an easy draw.
20 seconds to 7.
Seven seconds, but yeah, there's no progress, and yeah, the game is. Lichess is telling me it's already a draw.
Okay.
That they made 50 moves.
And by the way, they've got the Zen ending again.
This is the only draw in this round. 4 other decisive results.
Wow. And it's funny because they've gone way past. I mean, if you knew you needed 16 moves.
Can the arbiters ever interfere or no?
I think the arbiters interfere at move 75.
Oh, we might get there soon.
We might get their attention very quickly.
Oh, he's
Now
just laughing.
Nepo is not even. Nepo's not even claiming.
What?
Yeah, that was pretty. Our only draw of the
Yeah.
round. Wow. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, shame on you. We're witnessing a historical result. Just there's no other way of putting it. 8 out of 8. Miro. What have we missed in the other games?
Well, I had my eyes on Fabi's game against Nepo, first of all. And, you know, if not for this funny endgame, I would have said that, okay, it was a fair draw, very, you know, equalish right from the start. But it was one very exciting game between Gukesh and Saric. And I believe if you were following the broadcast, you are familiar with this position. It's been played on a couple of occasions. And White was always playing bishop d2, and I was you know, advertising that in case of f4, Black could sacrifice an exchange. No, the answer is no. Saric has his own opinion, so h6. In fact, this line is just as popular as sacrificing the exchange. King b1, queen c5, queen d2, and the key move here is f5. Interestingly, it might seem like it's a big mistake. White just goes e5 and so on. But this position, Black sacrifices the pawn, and it turns out that it's more than playable for Black. So the bishop is very powerful, the d6 pawn is weak, so this would be more than acceptable. Right, and later on, yeah, there have been a lot of stuff happening. Over there, White got totally outplayed. Gukesh got totally outplayed. Saric comes in with sort of a decisive blow. Rook takes c3. You cannot take back the rook because queen takes f4. f6 happens. So now everything's hanging in the position, right? The bishop's hanging. Bishop h7 is a threat. The queen's going to be hanging. Rook to b8. King a1. And now the move that would have won, and of course we are not talking classical chess, so that's hard to find, but queen f4, bishop f6. Would be totally winning for Black, despite only having a rook and a few pawns for the queen, because the king is too bad. So rook c4, this spin will decide. He has played bishop f6. I don't know if he blundered the queen. I don't think so. Simply couldn't find the better move. And few moves later, it was already White who was playing for a win, until the moment where Gukesh just played queen d5. Totally blundering the game away. Rook b1, king a2, bishop to e6. So, well, if not for this moment where Saric couldn't find the best move, that would have been one of his best games there, but at least he's getting the win anyway. All right, and I think we still have quite some time before the last round today. So let's go to Croatia. And once again, guys, how lucky you are to witness 8 out of 8 by Magnus Carlsen.
No, absolutely. This is history in the making, and I'm pretty sure this might be a record for the Grand Chess Tour when it comes to streaks of a player. Magnus is just absolutely incredible. And let's not forget, he also won at least the last game of Rapid yesterday. So right now he's on a 9-game winning streak. I'm not going to jinx it, but he is playing a very struggling opponent in the final round. He's playing Lupulescu, so he has a pretty decent chance of scoring 10 out of 10, perhaps.
Exactly, and then he will not sleep. You remember what happened with this title Tuesday when he couldn't sleep after 11 out of 11, so you can lose your sleep easily after such a day, right?
That is pretty sick. Anyway, let's go to the game between Alireza and Constantin Lupulescu. One game. By the way, Alireza is also doing great in this event. He's keeping pace, trying to keep pace at least with the leader, Magnus. And this was the critical position after bishop to c6. By the way, Lupulescu, once again, he's playing really good openings, getting good positions out of the opening. Unfortunately for him, in the middle game, he just gets lost. Queen to b6 was the wrong move, right idea, wrong move. You do have to exchange the light square bishops, but you have to do it with bishop takes g2 and then queen to b6. And the idea is that with the queen on b6 and the pawn on b7 instead of c6, as we will see in the game, the pawn on e6 is protected. So now you don't have to play the move e5. That was the big problem in the game, because after bishop takes e6, rook to e1, now you have to go e5, but this weakens the light squares. I go knight to f5, and this is just a very, very dangerous position. He didn't manage to defend at all, because it's almost impossible to defend it. In a classical game, it's difficult. In a rapid or blitz game, it's pretty much impossible with so many weaknesses around your king, and quite a picturesque endgame. Look at this. King h8, knight f7, rook h8 would have been the end of the game. Very nice checkmate for Alireza. What game were you watching, Anastasia?
I was checking the game, which finished pretty fast. It was the game between Anand and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Just something went wrong for Vishy this round. I really feel that he, let's say, he's a bit tired. And look what happened here. He decided to do the long castling. And Duda simply brought all his pieces to the queen side and just managed to win the game like that. Look at this. And actually at the moment, after a few exchanges, at the moment when Vishy resigned, nothing, it seems like nothing is happening. Let's say the board is full of pieces, but it's just collapsing. It's just collapsing because yes, just mates are coming, and even Duda doesn't need to do it. He can just bring rooks to c8 and just enjoy his position for some time.
He actually resigned after.
And he just resigned here after Black made the castling. I've never seen something like this before. He decided not even to wait until Duda will make this last blow.
Wow. Yeah, just an incredible game by Duda. Definitely Vishy running out of steam a little bit. But of course, it's the Magnus Carlsen show right now. 8 out of 8. Take a look at his line score. This is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And this is not rapid. Remember, in rapid we were getting 2 points for a victory. This is the classical scoring system. 1-1-1.
Yes, and it's so simple. Yes, yes. Even Evgenij remembered.
Even Evgenij remembers.
As he put it.
Maybe next time even Yasser will remember. Let's take a look at the standings. Magnus, 19 points. Fabiano and Jan, 16. Alireza, 15 points. And by the way, he is trying to keep pace. Still 4 points behind.
Jan managed actually to hold this position, rook and bishop against rook. Yes.
Easily. He knew. He has the Russian school of chess to a T. We're going to take a quick, short break, and we'll be back with the final round of the day shortly.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise. all occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit St. Louis.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After 8 exciting rounds of Blitz, these are our standings. Nazi, do the honors, please.
Magnus Carlsen in the clear first with 3-point lead.
I mean, it feels like Secretariat in the Helmont Stakes as he has taken first place in his grasp. He's not giving it up.
And let's take a look at the pairings. Carlsen is playing Lupulescu.
Can he make it 9 out of 9? It wouldn't be a marquee matchup, but this is something historic. What would be our backup game?
Rapport Caruana?
Sounds good to me. As we see Duda versus Firouzja and Nepo versus Gukesh is also a very exciting game. But we had some interesting footage of that previous round. Nepo was defending Rook and Bishop versus Rook. Oh, we won't get to it. We'll leave that for the search. But here it goes. But you could see Nepo, who has the draw in his pocket, so long as he doesn't walk into mate in 1. And he seems to be having a smile, enjoying himself. Not making a claim.
Whatever what he was thinking.
Right. And we're back to the live board here as Constantin versus
Magnus. We have Queen's Gambit declined, exchange variation.
No,
it's board 2.
Board 2 over here, yep. And by the way, to remind everybody, in the Rapids, Constantin was completely winning. There was no question that he had the game in hand, and he missed his chance. Yeah. Let's put it like that. And then in the end, he actually even had a miracle draw, and he missed that as well. So can he improve, and can he stop the perfect streak of Magnus, who's 8 out of 8?
Can he play the role of spoiler?
Exactly. And, well, we have a Queen's Gambit declined on the board, a slight imbalance. In principle, white is considered to have a little bit of an edge. You play Queen C2, you play F2, F3, you bring your rook to E1, you play for E4, you put your bishop back on F2.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing the early bishop G4, but I liked it, that early exchange of white square bishops that Magnus did.
Yeah, when in principle, if you can trade off this bishop on c8 for a bishop on d3, it's in black's favor to get rid of those light squared bishops. Now, having said that, from Magnus' point of view, it's all about winning and making something for the history books. Miro, I'm trying to think, and the only thing I can think about is the Bobby Fischer Herzog Novi Blitz tournament, where we saw something extraordinary, what we're witnessing right now.
Right, it's absolutely amazing, but once again, I mean, imagine how disappointed he's going to be. I mean, he still does great in the tournament, but if he doesn't win against Lupulescu.
Exactly.
So there is still some pressure on Magnus, maybe not tournament situation-wise, but, you know, like going for a record, going after a record is always a stress.
Exactly. By the way, f3, b5 on the board. If I'm white at exactly this moment, I kind of, my heart skips a little bit of a beat, because I see that move as working in my favor. That is to say, I'm playing for e4, and I don't see, you know, anything that you're doing as very significant. By the way,
well, there's quickly b4 and c5 usually.
I'm a little bit surprised by this
rook
move.
d1.
Yeah, exactly. In this position with the rook on e1, I wanted to get in e4 so badly. Rook d1, b4, I'm assuming the knight goes here, and now what you were saying about c5. C5 might be, you know, perfectly timed. Can I play bishop takes f6, by the way? c5.
You can take
bishop,
with the bishop, or then
and
take
then then I've left e3 hanging, but you've left d5 hanging. So c5 does run into bishop f6. You could, well, I don't, you know, you play a move like g4, you're taking a big strategical risk, exposing your king.
There's another interesting move here.
What's that?
Knight g4.
Knight g4, bishop takes.
Knight e3, bishop d8, knight c2. Bishop and knight are hanging.
So I go rook to d2 to defend the knight.
Knight e3 back.
He's done. Knight e3 back. Tempo against the rook. The bishop is hanging. Ooh.
That was interesting.
Constantin did not capture on f6, a move I definitely thought, okay, was going to happen, but he can still do it.
Still, yes.
Bishop takes f6, but I'm assuming in this case knight a4 would be forced. Bishop f6, knight a4, queen a4, bishop f6. I can get my knight to d5.
So your e3 and b2 pawns are hanging.
True.
And mine b4 and d5 and a7.
Zagreb pawns are hanging.
Yeah,
so he's
hangs.
done bishop f6. I think knight a4 is obliged. You definitely don't want to play g takes f6 and just that ugly looking structure. I mean, that's shambles.
Looks like the
box.
only move.
Right.
Well, it's interesting. Do I have b3, a takes, and then knight a4?
b3. What a move.
I'm just throwing the pawn away.
b3. Okay. You threw me off my stride. I got to give you credit for that. b3. ab.
Knight takes a4.
And then I guess bishop c3.
Yeah, you have bishop c3.
Just a lucky one, I must say. When you played b3, you shook me up. Clock, or the clock, is the clock a factor?
2 minutes and 45 seconds for each. So Magnus is probably calculating. Wait, is bishop f6 still an option, and on knight c5, then queen?
I have rook takes d5. Rook takes d5. I don't. Magnus is realizing knight a4, queen a4, bishop f6, knight f4 is not going to give him, I'm going to say, any winning chances. So he's desperately looking for something where the imbalance can favor him, and I don't see it. Miro, jump in. Do you see a chance for Magnus here? Because I don't see it.
I'm afraid the biggest chance was missed. So once again, congrats to Nazi. Identifying knight g4 was very, very good move, after which black would have had a huge advantage.
Knight g4?
Knight g4 instead of c5 is the one that you were talking about.
Right.
It all works. Yeah, bishop takes, knight e3, bishop takes queen, knight takes queen. Black is just better. Black is just better. And then in the current position, let me see.
We do have knight a4, queen a4 on the board.
That's still playable. But
And very good move by Constantin.
Very, very simplified.
Yeah, but he found a very important move, knight f4. So as you were saying, b2 is hanging, e3 is hanging. But b4, d5, and a7 are all hanging.
Magnus down on the clock. He has minute and 20 seconds against 2:45.
Yeah, because he's having gone 8 out of 8 against all of the murderers in this event, and he's playing against the lowest rated player, Constantin, so he's really wanting to go perfect, you know, making that 9 for 9. And he's pressing, but no. Thus far, Constantin has played great. And by the way, rook takes on the board.
Don't I have knight c3?
Yeah, that knight f4. I didn't even see knight. Oh, there's rook d2.
Oh, rook d2.
Sorry, I had a blind spot as well. I thought, wait a minute, knight c3 or knight d. You attack the rook, but the rook does play itself to d2, blocking the attack. Okay, if I take on f6 and take, rook, the other rook's coming down, so I don't want to invite that.
So maybe knight takes b4 now?
Knight takes b4, that's a tempo. Knight takes b4 looks like a safe move. You are covering c2 as well in that case.
Do you still play rook d2?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't really have a very convenient square for my queen in that case. Miro, how good is the winning chances for Magnus exactly at this moment? Does he need some magic?
Well, computer says it's equal, and you know, not much you can do apparently. Like knight c3 might just force a draw. Knight c3 because rook d2, it goes knight e4,
Exactly.
you know, and you keep trading, and even if black is slightly more active, it's rook and queen versus rook and queen symmetrical pawns we are talking about, so it's very likely a draw.
Thank you, Miro. We have some results.
We have 2 results. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ivan Saric have both won their games against Gukesh and Anand.
Aha. Vichy losing to Ivan is knight c3, just as you prescribed, attacking the rook. Rook d2. No.
Oh, queen
e8.
That's an option as well. And again, Magnus is trying to go in the endgame.
Queen takes e8. Rook. That
Which
was
is winning. Oh, he's not winning a pawn, but his bishop is better than the knight, right?
Yeah, that was a surprise. He could have played queen takes b4 instead of trading queens, which he did very eagerly. Rook c2, and you're right. In this minor piece, well, wait a minute. I thought he was going to play bishop takes b2. Sorry.
Me too, but I guess knight f6, g takes, and then he brings the other rook to e2, and it's just bad.
Just bad. Fair.
Now I think he'll keep his bishop.
Because rook takes a2, knight takes f6, and rook
No,
a1.
he goes for rook e2.
It's just a draw. Okay, so now we have
He should have kept
an extra
his bishop.
pawn. An extra pawn.
It's a very pleasant position. Why go to the rook ending?
Because you're a pawn up.
Yeah, but most rook end games with 1 extra pawn is drawn, so.
Yeah,
Unless
but
you're
in
Magnus.
such positions, I can never lose. Good winning chances, would you say, Miro, for rook ending, but it's like the extra pawn, but also the 2 rooks on the 7th rank.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a draw, to be
Just
honest.
a draw?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's just a draw. Well, we'll see. It's Magnus we are talking about and his endgame magic, right? But
it's also 13 seconds versus, I'm sorry, I can't see that, 20 seconds?
22, yes.
For Magnus? Okay, well, it's coming down once again to one of those situations where just seconds. The players are, wow, it's 10 seconds. Magnus letting his time seep away.
Let's hope he didn't forget about the clock.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
He must have, oh, rook takes,
but giving up
G4 check.
Pawn, right?
Yeah, that was a good snap, that rook H4. I like the way Constantin did that. F4?
So he wants F4, F3.
Yes, exactly. F4, rook F2, F3. And clock 6 seconds, 7 seconds
both of
for
them
each side.
Yeah.
F3 is on tap. Magnus.
And now he's winning.
And now he's winning.
Now he's winning. There was a way to avoid being kind of paralyzed, but Lupulescu couldn't find it, and now he can.
The paralysis is setting in, and he's set up for F3. You have to play rook takes F3,
but then
rook
he
takes F3, and rook B2,
A2,
and he's 9 for 9.
9 out of 9.
And Magnus is exultant. This is not the Magnus who was in shock in the Rapids when he lost back-to-back games. Let's jump to Fabi. Richie versus Fabi. And we have...
Fabi winning. He has an extra rook and the bishop. Right? There's too many extra pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Fabi won his game. And do
He's
we have
an
any
extra
left?
rook and a bishop. I was
There's
like,
one
where's White's rook? I thought we were going to be a
Right.
piece down, right?
There's
Sorry.
one more game still going.
Which one
Duda against Firouzja. Oh, and it was a draw, I think.
Firouzja?
Firouzja draw.
Okay.
Wow, this ended quickly.
What can we say? We have to extend our congratulations to Magnus. Just simply an unbelievable performance, a great exhibition, Miro. I can't think of anything to equal this. This is just phenomenal. I mean, this was really historic. This is unbelievable.
Yeah,
9 out of 9. We have $1 million prize for the Bobby Fischer Prize if you win all your games. Actually, I think it's $64,000.
Yeah, it's not $1 million.
Sorry, I think the idea was at one time when we were trying to get insurance from Lloyd's of London for $1 million, but they didn't know how to scale that. What would be the premiums? But we do have a Bobby Fischer price of $64,000, and we see a perfect result.
You gotta make sure Magnus doesn't play in that one.
We are not going to make Magnus a wild card for the U.S. Championships. We're going to assure the American competitors. There you have it.
After today's Blitz day, Magnus Carlsen, 20 points, 3-point lead ahead. Fabiano, Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who are still sharing the second place.
Exactly.
Alireza is in the 4th place. We can just say coming in today, this is a good result for him.
Yep.
But, I mean, who can catch Magnus?
Nobody, not when he's in this kind of form. Viswanathan Anand, very disappointing. He had a nice rapid chess score of 10 points, but he's only scored 3 out of 9 in the first day of Blitz. Duda's not done much better, but boy, all of the points at the very top there. Magnus just cleaning everybody. And let's jump to Zagreb with Cristian with a special guest.
Alireza, just an incredible day for you. You scored quite well, 6.5 out of 9. How are you feeling right now? Assess your day for us.
Yeah, for sure it was a good day, but I was expecting like more maybe. Like against Rapport, I lost a very bad game, and after that it was not. I was not in a good mood. So, but yeah. Of course, now for second, the spot is open, so you have to fight for that, and it's good for the whole GCT standing because Magnus is.
Magnus is stealing the points.
Yeah, and Magnus is not playing, so it's okay.
Well, let's talk about this game against Jan, because I think. By the way, you are always around 2,900 coming into this event and throughout the day. Did you know that? Was that in the back of your mind as well?
No, 2,900 is not the goal for me.
Not the goal,
no.
okay.
But I don't know, now I think maybe I dropped a lot of points probably, I don't know.
Unclear. I think at some
Maybe
point you were
even.
doing quite, I think it's about
Yes.
even. Because everybody else is quite high rated.
But Magnus
also.
is probably number 1 now, probably.
After 9 out of 9.
Yeah, but he was
Exactly
down
right.
50 points.
He
probably,
was, yeah,
yes.
he was.
But probably he's number 1.
Let's talk about this game between yourself and Nepo, because you said this was perhaps your favorite one.
He missed, okay, it's not a very special game, but he messed up the opening and it was very convincing win. This was the line that he confused, because now my bishop goes to b6 and I'm better here, so... Yeah, but against Magnus, he played queen a5 against me. It wasn't, I never saw this move. He played queen a5 here, and I played c3 and e5 here. I couldn't find how to proceed here. I wanted to go attacking, but it backlashed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think right now you have to like stay put, maybe play something like bishop d2.
Or knight d2. If it's
knight d2.
Yeah, computers. I pushed b4. Yeah, or
what was the mindset going into this one? You really wanted to stop him? I mean, he was already on a streak.
Yeah.
You wanted to catch him?
I lost only one game before that also. Like I was 5 out of 6 out of 7. So we were both in good shape, but yeah, he was in better shape even than me. So.
Yeah, and that was after b4. It's already very difficult to recover because you have too many weaknesses. Alireza, going into the final day, you are 4.5 points behind Magnus. What is your mindset? Are you still playing for a win? Are you still hoping for that, or are you playing for second place right now?
No,
which
now
one is it?
Now I'm just playing for second place. It's ridiculous to think about first place because even Magnus loses 4 games, I'm down. If I win 4, Magnus loses 4, then I'm down half. So it doesn't make sense to play for first. But second is a good result, I think. If I manage to get it, but it's tough. Fabiano is playing good, and Jan also, so we'll see.
Definitely a big race tomorrow to the finish line. We'll let you go get some rest, get ready for tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Alireza. Well, Cristian raised a question. In the live rating, did Magnus, with a 9 out of 9 result, surpass Alireza? And the answer is...
No.
No. Remarkable. He was 50 rating points behind, and he's still close.
I think he's now 11 points behind.
11, but there it is. With perfection. I mean, you've got 9 in a row. Line them up. What to say?
There's nothing to say. I mean...
Miro, jump in. Just crazy good. Crazy good.
Yeah, that's incredible. But yeah, some more chess, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Right. You know, Lupulescu lost to Magnus, right?
Yes.
And you know why? Perhaps he plays the wrong gambit. He was playing the Queen's Gambit. What you have to do, you have to play King's Gambit, apparently, because Jan just swooped away Gukesh from the board. Look, f4, d5. Okay, it doesn't look like King's Gambit anymore. But anyway, Jan Nepomniachtchi is the only one, I believe, from the elite. He also done a course on f4 on the King's Gambit. And he plays it from time to time, if not in classics, but in Rapid and Blitz. And after, say, 15 moves, all of a sudden, just look at the position. And I think 15 moves, he's got absolutely dominating position. But we have to go back to Croatia, I was told, because we might have an interesting guest in the studio.
All right.
Magnus, we've said pretty much everything that can be said about this performance. The final thing is to hear it from the man himself. Tell us about your emotions right now.
Yeah, this is just very, very special to me. I mean, I've had good days before in terms of score. I think I've definitely played better, but at some point I realized, you know, that I could actually make it, and I don't think I've ever, I've had stretches like in in Poland where I had like 10.5 out of 11 or something. But to win every single game on one day, I mean, I don't think I've ever done that before and probably won't do again.
I think this is a record streak in the Grand Chess Tour, almost for sure. When did you at what point did you start dreaming about this?
I guess when I had 6 out of 6, because I was thinking that, well, Alireza as black is a very difficult matchup, but you often get chances. And I thought, like, if I win that game, I have a very good chance. So yeah, I was definitely, I mean, obviously I was like dreaming earlier a little bit, but that's the point where I thought, like, yeah, this could happen.
And you, Alireza, talked about that moment as well, and he said that he did not expect this move, Queen A5, and he got completely thrown off when you played this move, Queen A5. Was that something that prepared for him specifically, or just
no,
it's trick out of your bag?
It's actually like a move, because I played Queen A5. I played Queen F5 in the opening against him in Miami. In this position, and I lost pretty badly. And actually, Aryan told me about that F3 Queen A5 is a move. So I thought I didn't really look at it further, but I thought, yeah, well, let's give it a try. And it's always good to surprise your opponent in Blitz, of course.
And it definitely felt from the beginning that there was some special energy about your game. You came into the playing hall first round with some shorts, and then you went and changed. What's the story of that? Flowers in your hair also?
I saw that some flower had randomly stuck to my hair. So I was just following my routine, and I usually come back from eating at about like 2:45 or 2:50, and now all of a sudden my key was not working, yeah, they wouldn't let me, they wouldn't let me in the room. So I had to go to reception, but there was a long line there. So I realized, like, I'm not gonna have time to get the key, get changed and everything. So I just came to the game as was and changed after.
Magnus, this is another record you're breaking. You've broken many before. What do you usually do to celebrate, if anything?
Well, I have a big day tomorrow, so I don't think I'll be doing too much. But this is something I certainly remember. Like one thing is winning tournaments, but yeah, this feels really special.
Congratulations, Magnus. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys,
thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Magnus. And here's his reaction, Magnus's reaction to his perfect result of the day, winning every single game. Look at him. He's exultant. I did it. Mom, look. I did it.
Pure joy.
Wow, indeed, pure joy. I liked it very much in the interview because Cristian asked Magnus, could you please put into words what just took place? He couldn't find the words. As a commentator, I'm so happy because sometimes I'm like lost, I'm dumbfounded. Really, our congratulations, Magnus. And jumping over to you, Miro, share your final thoughts of this historic day. Capture them. Capture the day.
Well, yes, I'm speechless. It's really something special has happened because yes, I've been commentating for quite some years, have seen like good results, outstanding results, but this is just incomprehensible for now. So I really, what can I do? Well, Magnus, congrats. Do not forget that there is a round tomorrow, but yeah, well done. Outstanding result indeed.
All right, lovely. Let's jump to Croatia and to get the final thoughts of the games. And as we're doing that, I'd also like just to extend once again our gracious thanks to our sponsors, Croatia's Foundation Full of Life, the SuperUnited Foundation, and of course here in St. Louis, our big thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Centers for everything that you do for chess in America, chess in St. Louis. It's been absolutely wonderful. And back over to Zagreb for final thoughts. Historic day, guys.
Absolutely, just a historical day. I mean, there is not much more to say from my part. I've said everything I've said. I'm just happy to be here and present to this historical moment, historical day. 9 out of 9 in this type of field with the best chess players on the planet. Classical, blitz, rapid, it doesn't matter. It's just an incredible feat. And Anastasia, you were in the playing hall to see it happening.
Yes, I'm the luckiest here. Yes, because I was at the playing hall and I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was a really great moment. And Magnus, he made like this, you know, and people started to applaud despite the fact that there was still one game happening next to it. So, like, I mean, he couldn't really, you know, keep his emotions, and he was like so emotional when he left the playing venue. He couldn't stand. He was smiling. He kept smiling all the time, actually. And I caught him for a short interview before you, Cristian, and I've published the interview in our social media accounts everywhere. So I just ask once again our followers to go to our social media accounts, to Grand Chess Tour, and keep watching our stories, our videos, and our posts.
The more interviews, the more capturing of this type of historical moments, the better. It was just, once again, a historical day here in Zagreb, and I hope you guys tuned in. I hope you guys were here to watch it, and that's it from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow with the final championship day from Zagreb.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasia, Nazi. I can't believe my eyes. It was just absolutely fantastic.
So lucky that I was here.
I know. We're flabbergasted. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your day. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Tomorrow, the 5th and final day of competition. 9-round blitz coming up. Can Magnus repeat?
We have to see tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.